kind of privacy, because even though people know where I was born and what is my name, they still cannot be certain who am I. Okay, and my research group website is here, and in this tulip.org.au, and currently I'm also sitting in the HB task force on educational data mining, but a couple of years ago, that is, I was a vice chair for data mining and big data analytics, the technical community. And my research theme in the past 10 years has been focused on the following three themes. The first one, we call it as behavior informatics. Behavior informatics means from the group behavior, can we find any kind of pattern so that we can know when a person come to a places, what might be his typical kind of movement? Okay. Second part is on the information abuse. That is, say, if you have those kind of powerful AI algorithm for behavior analysis, what might be the implication? Of course, implication is we may find some kind of quite serious there's information about a particular person, and then those kind of information that the person may not wish to disclose, and how to prevent it, how to prevent this kind of abuse of the public available information. That is also another research theme. The third research theme, we call it as business intelligence. That is using different kind of methods to investigate how can we improve the running or operating of the particular, there's a small business, or and then can we recommend there is some kind of products to the user, or recommend some particular travel package to the user. So this is the major research themes. Let's have a look at the first one, the behavior informatics. I will very quickly let's go through the motivation behind it. I think for a government, for example, like in Hong Kong, the city of Hong Kong was significantly depending on the travelers and the tourism and hospitality. And then they want to know that for a particular tourist coming to Hong Kong, what are the typical, that's it, activities people would like to do. And then for different group of travelers, what are the traveling preferences? And then what are the movement patterns? So suppose they want to say promote a particular products to those as a visitors with a particular background. Say they want to promote some kind of package to say people coming from mainland China. Can they know that at which time, at which location, they have more people that satisfy this kind of specified profile information? So that was a general question that's for those kind of say application background. But the issue is how can we do this kind of research? Traditionally for social science, their method is to design there's a questionnaire and sending the surveyors to the airport or the train station, and then ask the travelers to say who you are and what's the profile, and then ask them in the days they come into Hong Kong or particular city, how do you move around? This one has some kind of serious problem. The serious problem is that if a person asks you, what do you do today? Where do you visit? You may remember. But if you will ask the question like I say, where do you visit 4 days ago? Okay. And in the morning, where do you go? In the afternoon, where do you go? And in the evening, where do you go? You may not remember that accurately. And considering that a cultural difference, sometimes it's very difficult for people to remember the place name. They may remember many things. For example, for me, I visit India in the prior COVID days. I visit India, I think 3 or 4 times a year, and mostly in Tamil Nadu. And then I remember that place called Batabo, okay, in Chennai. And I just don't remember that place name, okay? that small town, what is the name of it? I only know that short temple and I know that butter bowl, but what is that place? And then later on, I know that 4 times later, that's nearly 2 years after that's a repeated visit that area. I know that place was called Mahabalipuram. Okay, and then you can see that if I was asked this kind of question by surveyors, I don't, I cannot provide any valuable valid information. So the issue is how we can improve it. The improved method is based on the social media, and we notice that many people they tend to use photo, okay, and upload the photo and share many places in the Facebook, in Flickr, or many other websites. And previously, before 2015, people even shared in tweets, okay. And most of those digital devices, they have two information. One is the camera information itself. The other one is the GPS information of the photo. So every photo that is uploaded or is was taken, there are two information. One is what time the photo was taken. Second one is what is the place that photo was taken. So if one particular person upload 10 photos on a particular day, you will just link those kind of GPS location based on the time series. You know how that person move around. So this is the idea behind it. And then we crawl almost all of those kind of that's the pictures from the those kind of public website and overlay it in the Hong Kong map. And from the density, we can know that which places are most popular in Hong Kong. And then we can compare that's among different group of people, what are the favorite places of the tourism spot? And say for Asian tourists, what are the favorite place? And for the Western tourists, what are their favorite place? And then in addition to those kind of say hotspots, we can also identify that is say for the particular area, whether they are busy or not at a particular time. For example, like I say, Hong Kong International Airport, we know that it will be very busy in the early afternoon. It's 1 to 3 o'clock, that'll be very, very crowded. And Hong Kong Central, that's around lunchtime, it's very crowded. So this kind of information we can find out about a particular place. And if we link those kind of the tourist movement pattern together, we even can know that how a person, typical kind of tourist, will move around. So suppose this is the people that's mainly from the Asian background in Hong Kong. From our analysis of the group or the population movement, mass movement, we can see 50% of them, if they visit Central Mong Kok, 50% of them next step will be the TST area, Tsim Sha Tsui area. And then nearly 40 of them will go to the Hong Kong Central. And then we can find this kind of group behavior pattern. And the work at that time win the Journal Paper of the Year award. And this is a management journal, but this was my student at that time, PhD student in IT. And then you can see this is some kind of, say, using data, we can find many information about a particular city. But what is more? What is more is the geophotos, because the GPS, they only tell us where the photo was taken. But the problem is, for a city like Hong Kong, one GPS location may be corresponding to a tall building, say 100, that's the latest, that's the tall building. And then they could have the cinemas, the swimming pool, shops, and the restaurant, gyms, everything there. So can we know that what the person was doing in that GPS location? And the left-hand side part, just we know the person visit here, and then come here. But then if you have some context information like this one, we know this is the train stop, and this is the shop, and this is the restaurant, there's airport lounge, and we know, okay, the person just get off the train, and then there's visit the shop and had some lunch or dinner in the restaurant, and finally there's a visit the lounge. Okay, so this is a little bit more information that's about the people's movement. But where we can find this information? So many, that's a different kind of platform provide this information. One popular one is Foursquares, and Uber Social is there, Yap is there, and those kind of say website which allow you to say rate a particular value. They can also help the system identify where do you visit. Let's have a look at one particular example for the value check-in. So you can see this one, this particular person's one check-in record at a particular time, that we can know that he had 40 check-ins in Hong Kong airport, and this is this person at which day, at which time about it. And for the values, there's the system that's in Foursquare that capture many different kind of say activity and the value types. And then we thought about what if we just group all of those information together about one person? Can we find more? Let's have a look at this information. This is one person's information. Say in June 4th, he visited check-in airport. June 8th, check-in in airport. In between, he visit many places and check-in, 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 check-in. And then you can see here is a very detailed record about a particular tourist. That's for this movement. And then from here, we can find many information because the person has a profile information, they have their preferences information. So from all of this kind of information, of course, if we treat them just as GPS, we can find what are the typical kind of common places in a particular city like Hong Kong. And then if for the distributions, we know that for different kind of say activities and whether it's more popular in the Asian culture or in the Western culture. And then we can also see that for the different venues, say hotel bar, pub, and bar, and what are the difference, what are the favorite that is and there's customers, and it's from Asian culture or is from the Western culture, from different places. And more importantly, with this kind of information, we will be able to know many patterns about particular venue. Say, suppose, say, for the Hong Kong style restaurant, we know that what is a popular time. So weekend quite popular, and then lunchtime and then dinner time is quite popular, but the breakfast seems no, because they open quite late. And then we can also check that dessert shop seems only popular as in weekend. So we can find many information about this, and then I just skip the detailed information. So if you are interested in this work, there's 2017, there's also get published and also get an award in the journal paper of the word of the year award, and also in the management area. So you can see with the big data, they can help us to do a lot of things, and especially they can help us to find out those kind of information which is not available in the small scale data. Okay, but then the concern is if you have this kind of analysis, whether it is risky to us, we have to say this kind of analysis, it is very powerful. Okay, and then even without a clear, there is information provided by the website or by those kind of say data owner, they may be used to use some kind of advanced AI algorithm to identify what are the popular, there's a connection between them. So if you're checking about what is privacy, so if with sufficient background information, we can re-identify the user or confirm the relationship between the users, and then this might indicate that there is a privacy breach behind it. And I'm not sure whether there's you have any kind of background in an algorithm. We call it as a priori algorithm, a very famous algorithm in the area. We call it as data mining and knowledge discovery. The idea is they will see whether there are any kind of connection between different kind of say transactions. For example, in the supermarket, suppose we have 4 records, a lot of that transaction record. Some people may only buy 3 things, some people may buy 100 things, some people may only buy 1 item. But then the question at that time, 1989, it was, can we find out any items that people tend to buy together? Okay, so the idea of this one this was implemented in an algorithm. We call it now as a priori algorithm. The idea is, so out of these things, which thing has been bought together frequently? So what we can do is we scan the database to see out of all the single items which are popular. So if only one person bought it, that's not popular. Okay, if many people bought it, that's considered as popular. And then we remove the infrequent one, only keep the frequent one. So this is popular. But then the question is, how about A and B, or A and C, or A and E? So we just combine them into 2 item set, and then scan the database again, and remove those infrequent one, and only keep those kind of frequent one. We know, okay, these things, they tend to be frequently appear. And then we may think about AC, BC, and whether A, B, C will be brought together. So we combine them into 3 item sets. We have this, scan it again, and then we identify that. BCE is that item which has been bought very frequently by the customers. Now comes to one thinking. The thinking is, what if this is not supermarket transaction item? This is, say, suppose one venue, okay? Suppose just one hotel, the hotel particular day. Say this hotel, the first night, they have these 3 customers. This one, another 3 customers. This one, the 4 customers. This one. So we have this kind of, say, records indicate that there are people that stay in the same venue. So if we apply the same algorithm on this kind of data set with a different context, so whether the person came in the same venue or not, the result, what is BCE? The BCE will be who stay together or who are hanging out together more frequently than others. So this is there's a trick behind it. So if we're checking about our venue check-in data, we know that this person checking in the place 1, and then in the place 2, and then in the place 3. And then for that place 1, at that time, say in the 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, can we know that how many people or who appeared in that place at that time? So if we have sufficient data, we actually will be able to find out at that venue, at that time, who else are in the same places. And then we run this a priori algorithm. I will show you some kind of results we can see. The first result is, can you find out the customer, the user, whether they know each other or not? So we run the algorithm in a particular city, as it's Singapore. For Singapore users, that's the check-in record. We found that even though the system didn't tell us whether a particular user has connection with another user or not, from here we can see in the 2 years' time, these 2 persons, they will visit many places as frequently, and one is a male and one is a female. And then maybe they're dating, maybe they're family members, and then there are a lot of that's thinking about it. Okay, the same about this user 5 and the user 6. And then 2 years time, this is just list some of them. Okay? They visit many different countries, and then they could be this in different cafe, bar, hotel, cinemas, and then this might indicate that also, at least first we know they should know each other, has high chance to know each other. Okay, maybe they're dating. Okay, and then we can also check another one. This is something quite interesting. We found that the 3 item sets, there's 3 persons in the same record in clan, and we found that user 9 and the user 10 has a lot of common check-in record during that time period. Looks like they are dating. User 9 is dating user 10. And then at the same time, user 9 and the user 11, they have the same pattern. Okay. So it seems that user 9 has two girlfriends at the same time, but this user 10 and user 11, they had never got any common check-in. So this might indicate something at that, but in that paper we call it as contrast relationship. And then this actually is a concern. That is, if you are the user 9, are you afraid of this kind of information generated from those kind of publicly available information? Everyone can check it, but then only powerful algorithm can review it. So now that comes to a concern we call it as data privacy. Okay, and we have that's a photo, and those can checking used in many places. And I think 5 years ago there are quite a number of that is incident happened in different websites like Facebook or the others, and even tweets. And then people put a photo online, and then they didn't know the photo contains the GPS information. And then they also put a Twitter message to say, okay, I'm looking forward to my Christmas holiday, next month Christmas holiday in, say, just was in Hong Kong, okay? But my residence place, the location was reviewed by my home photo. So it's just like an invitation. You tell people that no one at home, and you tell people where you are, where's your home address. There's no wonder that's if there's some kind of say issues, that's when you come back. There are many other website about the privacy. For example, like AOL, they have data set of the barcodes, and the website is still available. That I think this data set are available because typically a person, when we do the search engine usage, we search those kind of terms. We fear that we feel comfortable about it, and then from this AOL database debacle, and they can find out even those anomalous processing, they can still help people to identify the real ID of those anomaly users. And another example was from Massachusetts, United States. And then I think at that time, the governor of the Massachusetts, and they said they require that I think the government worker, staff members, they release their medical data. Okay, they have every information, and then they remove the name and everything else, but they keep the zip, birthday, and the sex. However, from another data resource, people can find out the voter list, because most of the people that's working in the government, that they can find the name from the voter list. Those kind of voter lists, they have zip code, they have the name, they have address, they have everything else, but they also have this. Based on one observation that the same zip code, the same birthday, the same gender, it's very unlikely that for two persons with exactly the same birthday, both of them are working in the government, and then they can use it to reveal the vote, that medical records of a particular person. So this kind of attack we call it as linkage attack. And there are many concerns from either IEEE or even from the ACM. And around 5 years ago, that is they're quite famous. This cover page, this article, and that they we may remember that there is around 1990, early 1990s. People say on the internet, no one knows that that's a dog. That's a dog behind a keyboard. But nowadays, you know that with the internet browser and those kind of techniques, and they can know whether that's a dog or not. They can even know the color of the dog's fur. Okay, so they know many information about the users. ACM did the same thing. That is, say, where they're talking about that, so whether this anomaly method is the solution or not, and how they can provide that is more detailed information about the use, about the student, while at the same time they can protect the user privacy. Okay, and the cover page of the Science magazine, the first one, that's in 2015, was on they call it the end of privacy. Okay, so this seems like that is for researchers, that we sort of like agree that Yeah, nowadays it's really, really difficult, if not impossible, to protect our own privacy. Okay, if I use a mobile phone and if it's switched on, I think at least telecom company, they know that where you are, and very easily they can identify you. Okay, unless that is an area that's a blank area, there's no signal at all. So technically, there are many issues on how to trace a person, how to know many information about a person. But then, can we have any method which can help us to prevent this kind of information abuse? And one common method is to say, for those kind of data collected, say, suppose this is all the data you collected, before the data can be released to outside for the releasing or for the, that is for the analysis, um, we need to have some kind of mechanism to block the direct access of the raw information. Okay, and then this kind of block of information, and we will normally call it as there's a privacy model, and there are many implementation of it. But I think one issue about privacy is different from security, because in the security part, in general, that is the enemy. Most case, of course, internal attack is hacking is one issue, but at most cases, the person you want to protect against, okay, and against is those kind of hack maybe far away online. But for the privacy, the adversary is different. Sometimes you say, if you have some kind of say information, you may not want your colleagues to know. You may not want your classmates to know. You may not want your family members to know. But someone far away in, say, in Australia, if they know, it seems it doesn't matter. So you can see the enemy or the adversary, whether it's in the nearby places or whether in a far away places. That is another perspective to see what is special thing about this, about the privacy. And there are many different kind of techniques which can help us to do this kind of analysis, but I will not let us go into detail. I just very quickly just mention this strategy, that is say between this raw data set and then outside the releasing or exercises, we can use one privacy model that's to block them. Okay, and anything that is inside of it, and only through this kind of processing, they will send to outside. And this kind of method, and for now, one very popular one we call it as differential privacy. The idea of differential privacy is when we have two data sets. Okay, of course, one is with every record, one is that's with that's one record removed. Of course, this one could be anyone. That is, these two data sets only have one record which is different from each other, which is in or out. And then let's see what is output for the query or for the analysis on the data D and on the data D star. Okay, if these two are considered as very similar and very that's equal to each other, we will say that okay, this kind of that's a query, they are private, and some kind of query they are not private. Some kind of operation, for example, if we are asking what is the how many people that's wearing glasses in this group, okay, if you say okay 20, and then if I disconnect it, you ask this again, maybe 19, and then what you can find out, you can find out based on the difference, you know I'm wearing glasses. Okay, so that is the key. But what if the algorithm is different and private? Because we have two data sets, one is with me and one other one is without me. We expect that this algorithm, they'll give you maybe it's the same result or very similar result. So they will add a little bit of noise in the result. And the idea of differential privacy is try to add some kind of noise such that the ratio difference will be bounded. And then what is this e power to epsilon, e power to minus epsilon? You can consider this one where epsilon is very small, e power to epsilon is just 1 plus epsilon. This one 1 minus epsilon. So just means the ratio for particular results from the labeling data set, they will roughly equal to 1. So they will be tend to generate the same kind of result as that is from the labeling data set. So that is the technique behind it. Of course, as for how to add a noise and how much noise to add. And typical kind of method is to say Laplacian method, exponential method, and Gaussian perturbation method. They just means in their result, they will try to add some kind of noise such that the noise is sufficient enough to cover the difference between labeling data sets. There's any record is in or out of the data set. I'll skip those kind of that's a background thing. I would say for now, differential privacy is considered as that's one of the very promising method to achieve the privacy. The main reason is that is the privacy level can be quantized. They know that's how private it is, and then they can also theoretically prove that is whether the result is bounded or not. And then even though that every other record just didn't know this XN based on the differential privacy, it's still not sure whether, not certain as about the information as about this XN. So that is some kind of advantage of it. And more detailed thing, I would suggest that's when you have time, and if you are interested in this area, I would suggest you to have a look at some of the that's easy to read this kind of papers. And in this area, that's we published this one book and with applications, especially if you want to use it, you can find it here. And for that value check-in, there's a bridge, and it was published last year. That's on how we can use the public available data to identify the relationship between different persons. And then for many other papers, I think that's from my group, you can also find out this. You can just do it. Google say that now there's many more information about this area. So give a conclusion. So we can see that nowadays the big data is very helpful. Okay, but it's also harmful if we didn't control how to analyze it and how to release it. Because if we use really powerful data on the raw data, we may generate some kind of very scary things, and it could represent some kind of, say, we call it as there's some kind of threats or risk to the involved as users. So we need to have some algorithm and the pre-processing to, we call it sanitize the data before it can be publicized. Okay, I think I would like to conclude here, and thank you very much. And yeah, I may stop sharing.
Questions? Yeah. Questions from the audience. Professor Gang has he's in the editorial board of IEEE Transactions, Information Discovery and Delivery, IEEE Access, and other top journals. Students, participants who are interested can always contact him, and even I am also collaborating with him, and you can have certain collaborative work if you're interested in the areas of machine learning, AI, data mining, differential privacy, very interesting topics in tourism, etc. Any questions from anybody? Well, thanks, Professor, for a very enlightening talk.
Thank you very much, Sri Kansa.
Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure we will take it ahead in much more a bigger way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Now it's time, Professor Deepak Vaikar. So it's my pleasure to introduce before you all Dr. Deepak Vaikar. He is a managing partner of Edu Energy Singapore, training advisor for Tuxtra Solutions Limited, Singapore, and Vice Chair of IEEE Education Society, Singapore chapter. He has been involved in education, training, research, and management fields for almost 3 decades. He has authored, co-authored chapters, research articles, and policy papers on power, energy, management, and education-related topics. He has served on various committees of professional bodies, such as chairman of the IEEE Power Engineering Chapter, Singapore. He is a recipient of the IEEE Power and Engineering Society's Outstanding Power Engineers Award 2003 and the SP Green Buddy Award 2004. Dr. Vaikar has been a member of the Board of Examiners of Singapore's Certified Energy Managers Program. He has delivered invited presentations on power, energy, education, management, and leadership related topics at the international conferences, seminars, and forums in North America, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and Asia. Dr. Vaikar is a senior member of IEEE USA and a life member of the Institution of Engineers India. He has completed his PhD from the very prestigious National University of Singapore, MS from the University of Saskatchewan, Canada, and PD Cert of University Teaching, the University of Newcastle, Australia. He has obtained PGDBM from Nagpur University, MTech from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, and Bachelor of Engineering from the Government Engineering College, Aurangabad in India, respectively. His interests include sustainable energy, leadership development, reinventing and transforming education, smart model for talent development and leadership, innovative project design and management, and sustainable development. With this, I present to you Dr. Deepak Vaikar. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good evening from Singapore. Thank you very much, Professor Sri Krishna Srikant Prabhu, for that kind words. All of you can hear me? Is it audible from here?
Yeah.
Okay, and my slides are also visible.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think first of all, I would like to congratulate you for organizing this wonderful symposium, especially with the IEEE. So great to see our IEEE members giving fantastic presentations. Today, I'm going to share with you knowledge, skills, ability, a trilemma. Okay, trilemma in the midst of pandemic and beyond. That is the theme of the conference. Okay, I'm happy to inform you that I'm chair-elect for IEEE Education Society Singapore chapter. So in future, it will be much easier for me to collaborate with you. Okay, and managing partner, as you mentioned, Edu Energy Singapore. Okay, this is just a disclaimer. Views presented are based on my personal study, research, interactions with experts, and observation. Viewer discretion is advised. However, viewers can make education, training, and further research decision based on this presentation. And if they choose to so, you can contact me. I am giving my email address here. We'll be very happy to collaborate on this model. Okay. Agenda for today is just after a brief introduction, I will share with you knowledge, skills, mindsets, ability, what are the future possibilities, summary and conclusions. Obviously, we have to use how the technology can change. Okay. The first question I would like to ask everybody is, I think some of you are here, you can put your answer in a chat box, okay? Is education 4.0 mere reaction to industry 4.0? A is A, B is nay, C is maybe, D do know. Okay, you can put your answer in chat box. Do it now. Okay, please 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please put your answers. Not to worry about too much. Okay, A, B, C, or D. Okay. Now what we have done is, thank you very much those who have put it. IUCE, okay, has helped us to get this survey done for some of their selected members. And what we got information from that was almost 58% said yes, education 4.0 is mere reaction to industry 4.0. Okay, so majority are still in this favor. And we know well-known saying that every reaction has a, I think I leave it to you, because if education 4.0 is a mere reaction to industry 4.0, then it will have some reaction, further reaction, okay? Now what happened is, and what has changed substantially is the outbreak of COVID-19, which massively disrupted traditional education system in an unprecedented way. Now, coronomics, corona education, and more many terms have been now coming, and which will be used in future. Okay. Now, and all of us know that we had to very quickly grapple with the situation and resort to online and or some calling it remote teaching. Okay, this has been the case, you like it or not. Okay, and I'm sure many of you have got different feelings about it. So what is your feeling about online remote teaching? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just put in chat box, doesn't matter. You like it, don't like it, you love it, okay? You whatever it is, okay, whatever it is, just put in chat box. Okay, put your answer in chat box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now, next question we asked was, what is the pre-COVID-19 virtual or online and physical face-to-face combination of delivery of curriculum in college, university, degree courses? I'm focusing only on the degree courses at present, undergraduate program, not postgraduate. Okay. A, 10 to 90. B, 25-75 means 25% virtual online, 70% face-to-face. C, 50-50, and D, 75-25. A, B, C, D, E. My friends, my colleagues, please put your answer in chat box. Put your answer in chat box. A, B, C, D, E, or whatever, A, B, C, D, only one of them. Doesn't matter, okay? Whatever it is, your observation, feeling, put it there. Okay. Again, when we conducted the same survey with the IUCC member, what happened is we got these results, okay? Almost 64% said that 10% virtual or online and 90% face-to-face. This is a pre-COVID or pre-pandemic one. Around 20% said that 25 to 75. And there are, yes, few who said yes, 50-50, 10%, and 75-25, 4%. So this was the distribution based on earlier survey, okay? And we can do it same thing for this group also. Now, what it has given rise to is what I call it remofessors. Okay, remofessor, Education 4.0, remofessor. Now, if you are having more resources like this remofessor, you have got more than 2 or 3 devices helping you, and you can deliver your curriculum. There could be some of them like this one, okay? Yes, still wondering what is happening, okay? In spite of last 5-6 months, hey, where is it, what? And not to worry, person like me also is not giving up, okay? So this is what the new terminology, remofessor, okay? We are now remofessor, okay? Question number 3, okay, that brings up to another question. What should be post-COVID-19? I think we are now hearing the news about the vaccine and everything, and maybe whatever the period we may be overcoming this, then what could be post-COVID-19 virtual online and physical face-to-face combination of delivery of curriculum in college, university, degree courses, undergraduate, degree means here, undergraduate. What do you think now? What should be in future? What should be in future? Put your answer in chat box. A, 10%, 90% means 10% virtual, 90% face-to-face, 25% virtual, 75% face-to-face, 50-50, 75-25. Put your answers in chat box, because I'm going to review that one while later on, okay, when we'll have discussion on this one, okay. Thank you very much for your participation. I really like it. People are putting it good. Put your answers there, okay. And I will share also, okay, with the IUCC Foundation, we got it. So now what they are saying is around 38 to 39% say we want to switch 75% online, maybe only 25% face-to-face. Around 43%, they're saying we want to do it 50-50, okay, 50% online, 50% face-to-face. And there are some of them still feeling that they might need only 25% or 10%. Okay, this is a minority. So majority wants to shift. Now they want to shift from face-to-face to online. This is what they are now asking for. Now to make it happen now, we, the professors, if we are from the eminent institution like Manipal Institute of Technology, Professor Srikanth is there. If we are from that university, then we may be having fantastic resources, very well supported, having nice camera and support here, and you are just delivering your classes from here. That is not the case with me. I had to do everything myself, and that is where the change has to happen now. This is what the universities and institutions and colleges will have to invest in digital infrastructure. Okay, this will be required if they want to move, you like it or not. So your digital technology, whether it is IoT, whatever you mention about it, will be here. Analytics, everything. We have been using this education 4.0 term since I think almost more than a year now, since the industry 4.0 term has come in. So what is your feeling about the term education 4.0? Again, you love it, like it, it's good. Whatever, you just put it in your chat box, okay? Please put in your chat box if you feel it. Otherwise, you can keep it with you, not an issue. We are at the crossroads, stranded, confused, merry-go-round. Some of us just merry-go-round or entangled with so much of information coming. And just we have listened to the previous speaker that so much big data coming in, entangled with all this one. We are at the crossroads now. Do we want to take advantage of that and change into something or not? That is what we have to decide now. Now to understand this one, I am using knowledge skill grid. X-axis is the knowledge, low to high, y-axis is skill, low to high. Okay. And there are 4 quadrants: green quadrant, yellow quadrant, blue quadrant, and brown quadrant. Okay, 4 of them. Okay. And based on this, I'm asking a question now. What is the current knowledge and skills combination in college, university, undergraduate, degree courses before Industry 4.0? Okay, what was or what is, whatever, what was, okay, is. Please put your answer in the chat box. 80% knowledge, 20% skills. 60% knowledge, 40% skills, or 50-50, okay? Whatever you're feeling, put it there, okay? Put it there, 40, 60. I'm just putting A, B, C, D to make it simple one. I know other combinations are possible. So 80, 20, 60, 40, 50, 50, 40, 60. Put it in chat box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let us see now. Again, when we did the survey with the IICC colleges, we found that almost 38% say 80% knowledge, 20% skills. Okay, around 30% say 60% knowledge, 40% skill. And there are some ambitious one, okay, almost 20% are ambitious, they want to make it 50-50. And some even want to take it higher level, 40% knowledge, 60% skills. Probably these are the one maybe moving to polytechnics. So that is what is now current scenario. They are asking us, they say, this is what is the situation. So our students will be starting in the green corner, we call a my chair, okay, learner, my chair here. And we, the professors, educationists, are in the yellow corner, we are knower of the knowledge. Knower of the knowledge we have to give to our student. We are the one imparting to the student, okay, imparting student. And obviously, what we want is after getting this knowledge, they could go to the industry, doer is the industry, skills, okay. Take knowledge, prepare them and send them to industry, doer corner, blue corner. Okay, that is what now current situation we wanted. We want to do this one, and we have been doing it all the time. Now, what happened is national education policy was recently announced, which has made some changes in India. Probably rethinking is happening, but some of the things were already there. Now they just want to integrate it. So what is happening now is they say, yes, you come for a degree courses. I'm focusing this discussion only for the undergraduate degree, bachelor's degree, engineering and technology predominantly. So what the new education policy 2020 of India says that, okay, you come for the degree course, undergraduate course, and you stay for 1 year and you get a certificate. You get a certificate. So we impart knowledge, you get a certificate after 1 year, and we send them to industry. Okay, we send them to industry skill. Then say, okay, you stay for another 1 more year, 2 years you get it, and for some reason you don't want to continue, we send them to industry after 2 years. So after 1 year, after 2 years, if you don't like to continue the heavy degree program, then you can go to industry again. And they say that you can come back later on, but I don't know, that will be a very challenging one. And once, if you complete 3 or 4 years degree, then you go to complete that and go to industry. So this is what the current new education policy is trying to impart using National Education Policy 2020. They want it, okay? And obviously we do have other offerings which can be reused, recycled, like PG diploma. Can they say you can use specialize in the PG diploma rather than, okay, here is a multidisciplinary, then you PG diploma specialization, again we impart knowledge and send them to industry. And like this one, PG degree and skills certification and internship, all those things you can add and then make them more useful to the industry. And even as you know, in management has got executive MBA, probably we may have to do it for the technical courses also. Okay, and this is how now a combination between university and industry. Now earlier there was a gap. Now we can try to bring that gap to the smaller and smaller level. And that is what knowledge skill grid can give us. Okay, like this one we can offer, yes, we can offer more and more degree programs and skills development and go all the way up to DSC and achieve the mastery. Okay, this is where we are talking about mastery finally. So green column, our students will come, get knowledge from we the educationists, try to move into skill level. Now they are asking us that some of us might go take the industry attachment, internship, whatever it is, sabbatical, and then move to the brown column. So we want in over a period, a longer period, more and more institutions and industries move into master brown quadrant. Okay, that is what is now expected in future. Now, question I'm asking again now, what should be knowledge and skills combination in view of whatever I just mentioned to you in college or university undergraduate degree courses in the midst of industry 4.0 and beyond, and even post-pandemic also? What should be? Again, please help me put your answers in chat box. Again, should it be 80% knowledge, 20% skills, 60% knowledge, 40% skill, 50% knowledge, 50% skill, 40% knowledge, 60% skills? So now so this question is what should be, what we wanted maybe from 2022, okay, 2022, 2021 maybe also, okay? So please put in chat box, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you very much for your participation. I like it. I think most of you are contributing it. That is a good one. Okay. Now again, based on the earlier survey, what they are saying is now 50-50, almost 38%. They say now we want to move to the 50-50. 50% knowledge, 50% skill. 20% wants to make it 40-60. Probably they are very much influenced by the industry 4.0. Whereas still there are others that as 80-20 column has gone very, very low now. Some of them say now this is almost getting obsolete. at least 60-40. Okay, there is a competition between 50-50, 60-40. So somewhere here we have got the answer 60-40 or 50-50. We are there. Then we are moving to new phase of knowledge versus skill grid, and that is how we got it. So when we combine all these things now, okay, now we want to move more and more closer to the industry. So and this was not new. I think if you look at Indian education systems, thousands and thousands of years back, they used to call Gurukul Siddhanta, Gurukul, where Brahmacharya, okay, you study Brahmacharya, and not most of the degree courses all over the world, they are called Bachelor of Engineering, Bachelor of Technology, Bachelor of Science, and all those things. So Bachelor, okay. So they have taken from there, okay, bachelors. This is how we map it, bachelors, Brahmacharya. And obviously all of us in this one, Jnani, knower. And then we have got industry, karma, doer, okay, doer one, karma. And then finally, after several years of tapasya or several years of practice, we achieve mastery, guru. Gurukul. Then we are ready to now impart knowledge to all. Gurukul. So this is what the now knowledge, skills, and ability grade. Because we started with the knowledge and skills. Once you add to the ability and achieve the mastery over a period and get that wisdom, then we move to the what is known as this part, tamasic. Okay, tamasic guna. Tamasic guna. Here, action oriented, rajasic guna. Okay, here you are still learner. Okay, you don't know what is happening. Rajasic action. We want to take action. Industry want action. Whereas knowledge, we want to get a pure knowledge, sattvic one. We want to be very pure knowledge and get that enlightenment, whatever it is, sattvic one. So you got tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic. Three guna. Three guna is there. Ability. Guna is ability. That is why they're talking about ability-driven education. You must have heard about it. Okay. Okay. And when you combine specifically these two, you get Rajasattvic, Guru or mastery. Okay. So this is how now what we have transformed a widely used knowledge skills grid into knowledge, skill, and ability. Jankari, Kaushalya, Gun, Jarjar. Okay. Grid. Low to higher, low to higher. And this is how I think is the future direction of education. Then question arises is, yes, this is what is now likely to be, how to incorporate key features of the National Education Policy 2020 in the curriculum of undergraduate degree courses. What is it we can do? Okay, all of you must be having some idea about it. Some of you may say, we're already there. Some of the things we're already doing it. Let us see now. Okay, we'll again go and see. What we are proposing is same thing. NEP, they say we want integrated multidisciplinary curriculum. Multidisciplinary curriculum. Okay, we are calling it a BEST, BEST model, BEST model, BEST model. Okay, 4-year basic foundation degree. Because I'm coming from engineering technology, basic foundation degree in engineering and technology. Now, I know many of they are saying it, whether it is the United States of America, Europe, Australia, Singapore, whatever. They say, oh, we have got elective, we have got major, minor, and then that is why we say we have got multidisciplinary. That is not multidisciplinary. That is only many disciplinary, just having more than one, okay? So what we are saying, not mere electives, not just major and minor, not double degree again, just cooking around, or not mere interdisciplinary projects, not many disciplines. Okay, I can tell you many of your top management people say, oh, we have got multidisciplinary program. No, you have got many disciplines. You do not have multidisciplinary course because you never designed it. You only keep on adding it and say we have so many disciplines, and that is why we're calling multidiscipline. They are not, you have many disciplines, not the multidisciplines. Okay, not that. So what we need to do it, if you want to make it integrated, multidisciplinary, we have to make effort to bring in that curriculum. Okay, curriculum, be a best curriculum in incorporating project-based learning, project-based internship, community service, soft skill, entrepreneurship as a part of the curriculum, not some extra. Okay, only, oh, you are interested in entrepreneurship, join this club, something like that. No, it has to be core part of our curriculum. Then and there the BST will happen. Okay, Bachelor of Engineering Systems and Technopreneurship. Okay, and then they say, okay, we want also to add holistic. Okay, holistic. They say, oh no, sprinkle. All of them will say, oh, we have got what we have got. We have got extra curricular activities, holistic, sprinkle. We call it holistic. We have got so many clubs, holistic. That is not the case. I can tell you, I myself was also involved in that. Sometimes I had to compromise a lot. So it was not helping. So it is not the part of the curriculum. If it's extracurricular, it is not the part of curriculum. So then you cannot call it as a part of your education system. So along with this, we have to incorporate part of the curriculum, sports, music, not just something, okay, do at your free time. Drama, values and ethics. Not just mere extracurricular activities, but they are part of the curriculum. Then your program will become integrated. I'm talking about integrated, multidisciplinary and holistic curriculum. Okay, multidisciplinary, holistic. That is what we have to design, and we can make it happen. Okay, and this is what is NEP is expecting out of us. I know some of you might be saying I'm talking too much. Okay, pehla bhara hai aadha ya aadha hai wo khali. Is the glass half full or is it half empty? It doesn't matter to glass because it depends on the action, karma. This depends on the action, whether to face bankruptcy or enjoy prosperity. The optimism versus pessimism debate will continue. Yes, what I presented is something optimistic one. Yes, there will be some who will be saying not possible. We will show you it is possible. Okay, so that is what education 4.0 you have been talking about. Now at IEEE we are debating about education 5.0. So knowledge, skills and ability to learn education 5.0. Jnana, kaushalya, guna, yagya. For this to happen, we need, because we are now in the midst of pandemic. Okay, industries are telling us education is that what you are teaching at your university is not useful to us. Change. Now we had to fight this pandemic, COVID, we had to fight. We need smart attributes of education 5. 5 smart attributes I'm proposing here. I'm calling it 5 warrior, Panch Pando. Okay, we need those Panch Pando to fight this pandemic. Okay, sustainable. Okay, market driven, accountable at every level, resourceful, and most important, transformative. Can you bring that transformation? If these 5 smart attributes, if we can incorporate in our education system, then we are ready to, okay, smart education. We are coming to smart education. We want to design, smartly design it, okay, design education system which is smart one. Deliver using a mechanism which is smart one. Manage our curriculum, okay, in smart. Assess. Our old assessment system is obsolete, and the COVID has exposed it that we are not able to graduate some of them, okay. And most importantly, smart leadership, which is ready to take care of that. Panch Pando. We need Panch Pando and obviously blessing of Sri Krishna. So is there a scope for hope or a pipe dream? Am I talking scope for hope or am I talking about just pipe dream? Okay, let us see now. All of us know it is industry 4.0. We've got smart devices, whether it's IoT, data analytics is there, AR, VR, 5G, AI. All these are there. All the smart technologies are there, already there. And then what is happening is we are saying, okay, we'll have new degree courses in AI, new degree course in analytics, and they say, oh, we are now coming closer to Industry 4.0. So what we are doing, we are mere following it. COVID-19 has given rise to another one. I'm calling it now next, coming soon, okay? Live, RoboFacer. RoboFacer is coming, or RoboChar for the schools, for colleges, universities. RoboFacer is coming with much more knowledge, what we think about it, okay? And what this RoboFacer is going to do, our students are becoming learnobots. They are becoming learnobots. They have become learnobots in last 5 to 6 months. Learnobots. Okay, so RoboFacer now going to transmit the knowledge, transfer the knowledge to learnobots. They are going to learn from there. Okay, whatever you talk about it, database is there now. Then question arises: is a RoboFacer is going to impart the knowledge to learnobots? What will be the role of we, the professors? We, the professor, what will be the role? What we are going to do about it? Yes, if we don't do something about it, we have to just watch and see. Okay. One of the ways, okay, I'm mentioning one of the ways. One of the ways may be that we, the professors, now we have to now influence. We are the one who are going to impart knowledge over here. What should be the curriculum syllabus? What should be the knowledge? What should be the data? What should be whatever the information here? And then this professor will transfer that knowledge, teach to learnobots. We can also influence learnobots, how they can learn. So there will be a lot of IoTs, okay? IoTs coming over here. Data analytics will require to and fro information. All this one will be the future now, okay? We will be interacting. I know some of you may not like this avatar. This avatar, if we don't like it, not to worry. This avatar is called Edu Charmer. So now we have to become more of Edu Charmer. Edu Charmer, charming RoboFacer, charming learnerbot, so that it achieve the goals and objectives set in our integrated, multidisciplinary, holistic curriculum. Yes, if you don't like that one, we can give the gadgets. Okay, the Edu Charmer, all of us will have more and more gadgets. Okay, you mentioned about it. These gadgets can be added, and as a result, this Edu Charmer can start interacting with RoboFacer and learnobots. More gadgets we can add, and as new gadgets come in, we can equip our Edu Charmer. So we all of the professors now will get transformed into Edu Charmer. We should know that one. If we don't know, then we may be obsolete very soon. Now we heard about it. Now some of them have been saying, yes, now we can transfer the knowledge. How about the practicals? Okay, they're talking about virtual labs. Okay, virtual labs, how it can be integrated. Not to worry, those labs can be coming over here. Now we have got RoboFacer, we have got learnobots, EduCharmer, and we have got virtual labs here, taking care of the practical aspect. Virtual labs over here. So RoboFacer can interact here, create experiments, and our learnobots can learn from there. Okay, learn from here. Same thing, anything new thing to be added, we can go and intervene here, or whatever possible we can do through our RoboFacer. Now, look at it, how many different types of sensors and data analytics and IoTs we will be requiring here, okay? Including your AR, VR, you mentioned all Industry 4.0 equipment and devices and software and agility, whatever you mention about it, will be part of this. This is what now technology, along with us, going to transform our education 5.0 completely. We like it or not, it is coming. We like it or not, it is coming. Edu Sharma is coming. That is the vision education 5.0. Is not going to stop. Okay. What happened is this kind of changes were happening in the past. But however, because of the COVID-19, it became at a faster pace. Acceleration has happened now. Now acceleration has happened, speed has taken, we can accelerate further, go to the higher next gear and change it and transform it completely. So we know that before COVID-19, students were coming from homes to colleges and university. Okay. Now some of them are doing distance learning. We are saying, okay, now what was happening now? Okay. From home to colleges, universities to college, universities going to homes and community. Okay, we are going to homes and communities. Yes, for certain period, as I mentioned to you, if virtual lab or something, they might come, okay, from certain part. And this is what has already happened. Education part of it, you have seen it. You have already seen the trailer. झांकी देखिए, ये तो सिर्फ झांकी है. Okay, picture तो अभी बाकी है. This has already happened, and more things are going to happen this way, whether we like it or not, because all the assets of the education universities have been stranded. They're lying idle. So you cannot afford to keep it like that. You have to transform, no other choice. No other choice left for us. And transform at the faster rate, not at our own pace. Okay, whatever required by the market, industry driven, society, communities. And we are going to get another advantage. We are not only going to teach one student only. Okay, when we go for university, going to college, homes and communities, we get a chance to influence whole of the family. And what happens is this lesson, though you may be watching it, somebody else can sit there who may not be registered also, but can still learn from here. They can audit this course. And so we can almost transferring knowledge to the whole of the society and community and family. So that is the way the education is going to multiply will be fantastically at higher rate. And as per national education policy, top 100 foreign universities, they want, government want them to come to India. Now they don't have to come to India. They don't need to. They can be there. They can come through technology. Right now I'm from Singapore, right in there in Manipal, okay? I'm coming there all the way. Same thing, previously one of the speakers from Australia came there, okay? The same way now, hundreds of foreign universities, they don't need to set up the big campuses now. That is obsolete. Major part of the curriculum can be delivered, and only part of those, how to do those practicals and other things, we can think about it. They may be needing very, very lean campus. Hundreds of foreign universities can easily now reach out to hundreds of universities in India. Easily, they can collaborate. Now we can collaborate and partnership. Yes, competition will be there, but more of collaboration and cooperation and partnership, that will be the future. You like it or not, it is there, okay? It is going to be there. So is there a scope for hope, or is it just a pipe dream? You can put your answer, okay, in chat box. Okay, at Edu Energy Singapore will be very happy to whosoever is interested, whether it's a college, institute, individual, students, faculty, education researchers, to come up with a better and better model. Okay, we have developed this model and we'll be happy to share and work with you to make it better and offer range of program which can transform your curriculum into true multidisciplinary holistic program, not for the sake of just on the paper. Okay, true one. Transforming education, that is our specialty. Okay, so this is my email. You can always write to me on this one, and we'll be happy to discuss with you. Those of you who are in LinkedIn, yes, I am almost reaching 30,000 limit, but I will still accept some of you who are very keen to work on transforming education, engineering education. You can send me requests on this one. What I mentioned now today, most important point, remote facer, which is already a reality. It is a reality. Okay. We need to invest in digital infrastructure more. We like it or not. Two, now we are moving to knowledge skill grid, which is as per national education policy. Okay, to provide various types of opportunity for the students to come and go and learn and interact with the industry and the community and the educationists and master the skill. Yes, we can design the integrated multidisciplinary and holistic curriculum, BEST, Bachelor of Engineering Systems and Technopreneurship. Proper one, not mere clubs, extracurricular activities. Industry 4.0 has already given us many devices. More devices are going to come. I already shared with you smart education attributes, 5 Pandav, 5 warriors. We need them. If you want to transform, we need these 5 warriors, 5 Pandav. And our role will be now changed, transformed completely. We'll be more of edu charmer, we'll be more of a thinker, we will be more of a designers rather than just teaching, okay, or doing research. We have more time to do more research and other things, okay. And this is kind of now we need a very sophisticated info communication system, intelligence sensors. We need IoTs. We need strong data analytics, and because data coming so big data analytics, and obviously we have to integrate AI. So obviously put this AI into this RoboFacer AI here, okay, and the virtual labs. So you name it, I think almost now we are going to be moving in that direction. And as I mentioned to you, now universities will be going to homes and communities, and the education is going to be multiplied now. Foreign universities can easily collaborate, cooperate, and partner this way. They do not have to spend now lots of money on building those more, okay, physical infrastructure, okay, which is anyway got stranded now. So we don't need to do that. And most importantly, now we have to integrate knowledge, skill, and ability, which we have been talking about it separately, most of the time separately. Now the scope has come because of the ancient knowledge of India and the modern knowledge coming from the America and Europe. That can be fused. Now fusion has to come and come a better model, knowledge, skill, and ability, great knowledge, jankari, kaushal, gun, charjar. Okay. Wish you smart, edu charming future. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share with you what could be the impact of the pandemic and beyond on education with the use of technology. Okay. Again, if you're interested, most welcome to connect with me. Thank you very much. If you have further questions, more questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Back to you, Professor Sri Krishna, Srikant Prabhuji.
Any questions? Any questions from anybody?
Okay, thank you for your participation. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the for a talk on a very apt topic on the NEP, National Education Policy, which is happening in India today, and you have shown it in a very lucid way through quadrants and how it goes. What are integrated courses? What are holistic courses? What are multidisciplinary courses? Today, it became clear to me what is the difference between multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. So there are a lot of differences between these two, right? And perhaps in India, there are institutes which offers grading system along with the academics. One such institution is Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning at Puttaparthi at Andhra Pradesh. So they have separate grading system for sports. In the same grade card, along with academics, they put grades for sports, yogasana, meditation, self-reliance program. Because I am alumni from there, so I have got a CGPA separately for those items in my grade card. I remember I got around 4.88 out of 5 total overall in yogasana, sports, games, self-reliance programs, meditation. So these were all the different items. So I'm pretty sure it has got a lot of value addition. Yeah. Thank you, sir, very much.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, good to know that as some of the parts have already been implemented. There is scope to implement more.
I don't have my grade cards, otherwise I would have shared it here itself.
No, but we asked this question. Did you do that as a regular course, or did you on the top of your course?
I'll tell you, like
top of your course.
Like every semester, we had a course called as awareness course, 2 credits. So we used to be taught about Ram Katha Raswahini, Bhagavad Vahini, and then we used to have exam. Apart from this was in academics. Apart from this, in every semester, we had 5 courses, one on games and sports, yogasana, meditation, self-reliance program, attendance in classes, and we were given separate CGPA for that.
It's a separate one. It's not integrated one. So no, time has come to integrate it. Okay.
It is integrated in the sense that academics was given separate CGPA out of 5, and the integrated items were given separate CGPA out of 5. So we had CGPA for both. In our final grade card, we had 2 CGPAs. One CGPA for academics. In my master's, I had 4.76 out of 5, and one CGPA for these interdisciplinary items. I got around 4.55 out of 5.
But okay, what's one question, Mr. Was that institute study is affiliated to any university?
It's a deemed university.
It's a deemed university. Okay, it's deemed university. They have got, but still they have fallen, I would say, a little bit shorter, that they couldn't give you integrated grade. Okay, that's another what I'm saying.
No, mine was 5 years integrated, like 5 years integrated Master of Science. Now the question of integration here is we learn, see, like in mathematics, we learn not only mathematics plus computer science. So that is the advantage what we get in 5 years integrated course, along with these integral items. These integral items, only thing is CGPA was given separately.
Okay, got it. Yeah. No, but use the integrated master's program is different. I'm talking about undergraduate level, multidisciplinary. So maybe BTech or whatever, and then you get it. You get an overall grade which is combined, not separate one part, and that is what we have to move now. Okay, I think congratulations. I think some good initiative has happened with you, and you are the good, what do you call, the example of that model example. And I can see when I interact with you, you can speak on both the topics very fluently.
Yeah.
So that is a good achievement. There is one question coming from Dashantila Sharifi.
Go ahead.
As you transform the education models in your public school, are you finding it difficult to obtain approval from government entities? Okay. If it's a school one, I can tell you frankly, I do not have that experience. So my experience is higher education. So I could say that probably the school education system public school education system is decided by the government. I think all of you have got Minister of Education who decide almost everything. Okay, your curriculum, your administration, and there is less of autonomy for you because it's all same type of syllabus, same types of examinations, same types of books. Maybe you have to follow. So it is controlled that way to make it, because they want uniform standard. I don't know, because they want uniform standards. Okay, that is why. Yeah, those higher educations which are in US, there are many of them are, yes, US, if your higher education is a university level, then they have autonomy. I can tell you whether it's USA, uh, whether it is Europe, even in Singapore also, universities have autonomy. They will decide what kind of program they want to incorporate. So if it is a education, whether it's a public or private, it doesn't matter. As long as they give you university status, then you have authority to decide about your course. Only thing is, because you want to make it up acceptable to the many students, then you go for that various accreditation. Okay, and in the USA you go for ABET accreditation, so that people will accept where is your standing. Various countries have got different accreditation system, and based on that they can decide. uh, Recently, I think another you can say roughly 8 or 10 years back, they came up with the common one, what is known as Washington Protocol. As for Washington Protocol, engineering education, they wanted to standardize throughout the world so that there could be cross credits they can give. You can move from one country to another one. They would know what is it your undergraduate degree is, that, and that is Washington Protocol. So obviously, yes, if you are working for a standardization, you have to go for accreditation. Thank you very much, Dasantila, for your question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. That was a very good query. Any more queries? Sure. Or you can send the queries to Dr. Lionel D'Souza's email, and he will forward to me and we'll get it answered. If any more queries are there, it's a very good topic on which the talk has been given. National education policy implementations in India. There's a lot of transformation going on now on integrated courses, so that the number of years can be reduced. Like a BTech honors is considered to be BTech and MTech, or 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. That means your 12th class will be integrated with your 3 years engineering, and it becomes 4 years. So you don't have to do 4 years engineering. So whatever you do in 12th class will be considered as first year in engineering. So it becomes more condensed. So this is already existing, but a lot of modifications are going on. And
I think, yeah, I think that is they have mentioned about. I think they have to redesign it. They don't know what they are talking about.
Yeah. It is actually because, plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 means till 11th class. So whatever they do, students do in 12th class will be actually covered in first year engineering. So 12th class and first year engineering now almost are same. According to me, this is what is going to happen. So it will be relatively now 3 years engineering, like it was before. My father did 3 years engineering from VJTI Bombay in 1960. So even my mother from Hubli, she did 3 years engineering that time. So then it became 5 years. Then it became 4 years. So basically all this has got a lot of implications, applications also, as you said, sir. Thank you, sir, very much.
One more thing before, I think, can I make one quick comment with your permission?
Yeah.
Now, I think one thing we have to understand, that we should not fall in the trap of reducing the number of years and saying that it's a multidisciplinary. No. If you want to have engineering as a profession, profession, you cannot shorten that profession. You need to have appropriate level of both. Okay, core knowledge with the other multidisciplinary knowledge, skills integrated very well. And if we are not going to do that, our engineering education will be falling apart. We are like this one industry saying, hey, what you are teaching is not useful to us. If we are going to again go on the same path, unless we rethink, I say we have to redesign completely. We design from the scratch a program which will enhance the engineering as a better profession, okay, which is on par with the other top professions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Ranjan Kini.
Stop sharing, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So Dr. Ranjan Kini is a professor of management information systems at the School of Business and Economics at Indiana University, Northwest Campus, Indiana, USA. He received his Bachelor of Engineering in Mechanical Engineering from the most prestigious NITK Surathkal, India in 1976. Before receiving his MBA and PhD, Dr. Kini worked for Engineering Projects Limited Company in Kuwait. He received his MBA from Northern Illinois University, Illinois, USA in 1981, and PhD in Operations and Information Systems from Texas Tech University, Texas, United States of America in 1985. He is a member of AIS, ACM, IACIS, and DSI. Dr. Kini has published over 60 refereed papers. He is a visiting professor at international universities in Thailand, Chile, and Finland. He is on the editorial board of several international journals and is a senior editor for Information Systems Management Journal. His research interests include electronic mobile business, social commerce, technology management, ICT for development, and IT ethics. He has received numerous grants and university teaching awards. Dr. Kini is on the board of several technology advisory committees and not-for-profit boards in Northern Indiana. He is working on bringing broadband in the region and promoting digital inclusion. Dr. Kini provides business and technology consulting services to local and international companies. In addition to his professional career, Dr. Kini is active. He has received Rotary grants to research in Thailand and Chile. He has received numerous Rotary Service Awards. He has served as a Rotary District Governor in Northern Indiana, USA, and is currently serving as Council of Legislation representative for Rotary International. With this, I present to you Professor Dr. Ranjan Kini. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shrikant Prabhu. Good morning, rather good evening. It's morning for me, early morning for me here. Do I have the rights to share my screen?
Yeah.
Let me try.
Yes, sir. Share your screen, share your slides.
Let me try. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shrikant Prabhu, and IEEE Mangalore, Rotary Club of Manipal, and Department of Computer Science at Manipal Institute of Technology for inviting me to this symposium, for sharing my perspectives specifically on how information technologies played a role in the work environment during this COVID-19 pandemic. I have been listening to many of the presentations so far, and they were slightly in a different, deeper understanding level in specific topics. I want to give you a broader view of how, if you can see the title of the article, I used a metaphoric word, vaccinated the work environment, in the sense that regardless of what happened during the last 1 year, we did not allow the industries, economies, and often our mental health and social health fall apart during this pandemic. That's the reason I said technology vaccinated us to survive and become resilient. So I just want to explain the title, the metaphoric reason why I used the word, the vaccinated word. Now, the India will turn COVID-19 crisis into opportunity to become self-reliant. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said on June 18, 2020. Now, that is a remarkable statement. He has made strident efforts in becoming so. Now, having said that, World Bank in September 2020 said technology can be a boon to society if businesses and governments prepare and adapt. The pandemic has pushed societies to an inflection point when embracing technology is no longer an option, but a necessity. It has also made workers more vulnerable. With the right steps and actions, businesses and governments can take the crisis as an opportunity to build for the future. That's what World Bank said in their report right in the middle of the pandemic. Now, many leaders worldwide have taken bold steps in tackling this menacing COVID-19 and continue to deal with it in their unique way to minimize and control the impact of such a dreadful virus on their citizens. COVID-19 has not left any country untouched and citizens unaffected. With 59 plus million people infected and 1.4 million deaths globally, this pandemic has not given respite even after 1 year. The world is hoping at least one effective vaccine is developed to wipe out this menace before long. When COVID-19 first originated last November, a lack of clear communication, digitally or otherwise, to the public globally initiated miscommunication to the citizens. The official news media, television communication, internet communication, and social media, without knowing the science of virus, were not aware of the virus's ferociousness. As the global economy is dependent on the free flow of people, goods, services, and virus carriers traveling across the world, it was a matter of time before the virus was everywhere. As the words of death and destruction traveled around the world, within a couple of months, the fear of the unknown and confusion of the real threat started. And science and media started taking shapes and sizes of their creating chaos globally as to how to protect their citizens and contain the virus. Tight cultures started making rules and follow them to contain the spread rapidly, while loose cultures did not believe in the deadly impact of the virus and succumbed to that death and destruction. Governmental entities started getting involved in controlling the velocity and diffusion of virus within the country and worldwide. As the healthcare, workplace, education, transportation, retail, and rest of the economy started getting affected, the country's politics as to how to contain the virus and death, and yet get the economy running, became each nation's nightmare. When nothing is clear, scientists, economists, and politicians came out with conflicting suggestions and practices that became fodder for miscommunication and conspiracy theories. While the spread of virus was raging, different nations created their strategies to contain the virus to avoid destruction, while the Director General of World Health Organization stated that we are not just fighting an epidemic, we are fighting an infodemic because of the unbelievable amount of miscommunication that was being passed around at a rapid pace with variety of digitalized communication. Different strategies across the globe, from curfews, lockdowns, factory shutdowns, closing educational institutions, and closing down businesses, there were no coherent strategies. The infection and death toll mounted, and markets slumped. Job loss mounted, healthcare institutions stressed, and politicians started blame games. Conspiracy theories mounted. An average citizen did not understand, did not know how to understand, with no lifeline, and economists started framing the fiscal and monetary policies to inject capital and wages into the economy as unemployment rose and industry slumped. As the virus was spreading across the globe, sanitizers, masks, social distancing, personal protection equipment, lockdowns were becoming the new normal. And people began, as the psychologists say, to accept the stickiness of the virus and disruption. They try to recover industries in a new way to participate in the society and economy with support from information technology. To support the work, productivity, education, commerce, the social and psychological welfare organizations started digitizing on steroids. The key thing which I wanted to talk today is about IT and work environment. How companies globally started to build infrastructure to support their employees working from home wherever possible. The IT infrastructure was built to recover some semblance of productivity during COVID time. Although many employees were let go as their work could not be accommodated, IT helped recover a significant productivity loss globally. Remember, US says 1% of GDP is coming from IT alone, of the 3% growth GDP US gets every year. While some companies could not survive, many companies were able to remain relevant by allowing workers to work from home. But this did not apply to all industries. While research for the new vaccine was on overdrive globally, IT helped make the industries and workplace resilient. Living with COVID-19 became semi-normal. Most companies started giving the option to their employees to work from home. Companies who made this choice required them to immediately build capacity for moving to cloud computing. And as much as possible, companies started moving many employees' work through cloud computing. Enterprise computing was repurposed through virtual private network. Subsidized employees to work from home with furniture, new hardware, and broadband subsidy. Companies started providing VPN access to most employees to work from home when they are not able because of their technical weakness. Virtual remote training on tools needed to make computing secure from home. For employees, companies offered Slack channels for internal communications. As psychologists came out and said, you have to give them the ability to communicate as though they are next door. Variety of video conferencing tools were offered for employees by many companies. As many companies were providing lunch for their employees, lunch subsidy, and for people with young children, home care for child subsidy, and people who could not take care of the kids for a while gave them leave subsidy. Physical and mental health accommodations were made by free service to many people who suddenly had to start working from home for therapy. Many companies gave them telemedicine and telehealth arrangements. Now, these are all to accommodate, remember, to people to work from home at the same time, not feel they are left alone, not feel they have to work from home, spend enormous amount of money at home, not feel all the perks they were getting at work will be gone. Significant amount of work had to be done by companies in overtime to make this happen, so that basically companies try to maintain at least 70% productivity by allowing their employees to work from home whenever they can without significant degradation in productivity. We all know how it happens when you're working from home. There were a large number of experts brought on board to advise employees how to work from home, how to establish a workspace at home, how to handle people within the home environment, depending upon how big a size of the apartment or the house they have. All of these were taken into consideration by all major corporations because nobody had an idea how long this will last. Of course, not all companies and jobs could be accommodated. While the workplace was getting reorganized with support from IT also supported in many, many ways in dealing with COVID-19. CIO.com in April came out with the report. IT supported companies in different industries with the help of converging technologies of mobile, cloud, analytics, robotics, artificial intelligence and machine learning, 5G bandwidth, and high-speed internet to rescue. IT also supported cutting down on misinformation. In fact, Google, Facebook, and YouTube started directing visitors to the correct information when so much fake information was flooding the marketplace. Supported by artificial intelligence for finding drugs. In US, Google's artificial intelligence.
Ranjan sir, can you make the slide presentation? Can you just make it on the whole PPT presentation? Now it is.
It's giving me some issue over here. When I make it whole, it cuts down several things over here. That's why I was doing that.
Okay.
I was trying to do that in the beginning. That's why it was blocking me something here.
Okay, continue, sir.
Rather than doing.
Continue.
Okay, I'll share the slides later on for anybody needs. Okay. Cutting down on the misinformation, we already talked about. AI was being helped, or AI was helping to find drugs. Google's AI DeepMind and UT, University of Texas, Austin, was helping NIH in their research to come out with the new drugs. The IT also supported increasing the traceability and transparency with AI tools. Microsoft, Sixfold, TikTok, Geo, Airtel, etc. were helping out in coming up with apps so traceability and transparency can be easy. IT helped tracking people with facial recognition and big data. CCTVs, where possible, were equipped with backroom facial recognition algorithms. IT also helped using big data and predictive modeling to track the spread with the heat maps by Baidu in China. IT also helped contact touch deliveries through wherever possible, especially in developed areas, self-driving cars, drones, and autonomous robots. IT also helped by coming up with new digital thermometers for temperature monitoring. IT also helped by supporting business continuity with social distancing by secure access to data, enterprise apps, video conferencing, video meeting rooms, Zoom, Team, Join Me, WebEx. These are all the tools that were provided by IT, according to CIO report. The World Economic Forum said in their research, 8 ways entrepreneurs helped during pandemic, and they gave these few examples. Cargo X, a Brazilian logistics company with a new food delivery model. Takeoff Technologies helped US grocery stores to build mini grocery stores, and robots filled the customer orders. Starling Bank in Britain trusted shopper's debit card tied to client's debit card for making payments for the shopper. So shopper can shop and withdraw money from the client's debit card. Lunit, South Korean medical diagnostics company, AI-based technology helps diagnose lung cancer for Brazilian patients for free through the cloud. Jumia and Twiga Foods in Africa. Jumia online delivery business partnered with the Twiga network of farmers to deliver fresh produce to lockdown houses. Davex in France, using a data exchange initiative for organization to share non-personal data free for research purposes, specifically relating to the COVID infection. Because this is a big deal in Europe as well as US about health data being shared. Optibus in UK offering free planning services in bus scheduling to restart the economy when 40% of the buses carried only 10% of passengers. Yarkle, French e-commerce firm, created a one-stop platform for all manufacturers, distributors, and subcontractors to communicate and give orders. While World Economic Forum came out with the entrepreneurial successes, we had Lancet Digital Health identified variety of activities that were going on. They indicated in June the integration of digital technology into pandemic policy and response could be one of the several characteristic features of countries that have flattened their COVID-19. That was June, by the way, and it might have changed now. The flattening has been having some trouble. Incidence curves and maintain low mortality rates. Tracking, digital dashboards, migration maps, machine learning, real-time data from smartphones, wearable technology was used by China, Singapore, Sweden, Taiwan, and USA. Screening for infection, AI, digital thermometers, mobile phone applications, thermal cameras, web-based toolkits was used by China, Iceland, Singapore, and Taiwan. Contact tracing, GPS, mobile phone apps, real-time monitoring of mobile devices, wearable technology was used in Germany, India, Singapore, and South Korea. Quarantine and self-isolation, AI, cameras, and digital recorders, GPS, mobile phone apps, QR codes in Australia, China, Iceland, South Korea, and Taiwan. Clinical management, AI for diagnostics, machine learning, virtual care, or telemedicine platforms was used in Australia, Canada, China, Ireland, and USA. These are some of the documented evidence that Lancet had and indicated they had direct influence in flattening the curve. Now, the focus was primarily today on workplace, but IT did support in many sectors of the economy in mitigating the impact of pandemic. So IT supported in education. COVID-19 disrupted the education system globally. Both students and teachers suffered. Schools and colleges started closing. The delivery of education from kindergarten to college education had to be reinvented and delivered online or different modality. This required significant and deliberate changes in educational technologies at all institutions for building capacity at school, connectivity at home, and technology investment at home. The households affected by the digital divide struggled to cope with this change, and philanthropic and civic institutions had to rescue from further recovery. It is over a year now, and schools and colleges have still not recovered, but are educating with IT's help. IT and retail, many small retail businesses could not survive when lockdowns went beyond 3 months. Those who became innovative with mobile internet technologies such as WhatsApp, Uber Eats, Zomato, Swiggy, DoorDash survived. While grocers and restaurants were reinventing themselves, many malls and department stores started relying on their e-commerce business to survive. More companies began to or enhance their web presence during this continuing pandemic, while newcomers reinvented themselves. Established e-commerce companies thrived. The global inventories were consumed, and there was pressure to produce more as there was demand. Thus, many manufacturers brought forward their future automation plans, deployment of new technologies such as IoT and AI application plans ahead to the detriment of employment. The supporting IT infrastructure industry flourished, and stock markets, despite its erratic, unstable, volatile behavior, favored the IT industry by pushing their stocks up. IT supply chain transportation. Goods needed to be produced, transported, and delivered to be consumed. This became a challenge when there were fewer employees to make, transport, and deliver. COVID disrupted entire global supply chain. IT helped model new supply cycle, new automation levels, and keeping track of goods in supply chain. At the same time, employees work from home, and a novel delivery system with social distancing and masks became a requirement. Decision makers relied heavily on IT tools to model the system to meet the needs of this unusual flow of goods in the supply chain, while the integrity of the goods and supply was maintained. There is a new surge of factory automation as it got affected by quarantined labor force and insourcing as the global supply chain got disrupted. IT and tourism and travel. No industry has been hit hard as much as tourism and travel has been affected. The whole industry had to reinvent. Zoom and competing tools came up with innovations to hold workshops, webinars, conferences, and conventions. Some small to big gatherings adapted themselves in creative ways to accommodate various types of gatherings. The existing and innovative technologies came to rescue this fledgling industry. Virtual meetings, virtual symposiums like the one we are having today, virtual conferences became new normal. The travel industry adjusted its business model by offering virtual travel. In fact, I'm using virtual travel for my executive MBA students, which we normally would have gone to Europe. We are trying to do virtual travel this year in lieu of going to Europe with high quality technology and presentations. There are augmented plans for virtual travel in the future. IT and healthcare. This industry is probably the most affected by this pandemic. It is devastated by lack of supplies, lack of clear information and knowledge about the virus, conflicting messages coming from a variety of sources. IT supported in building capacity, scheduling, keeping the records, handling the stream of patients, coordinating with the wide variety of agencies, managing with limited resources, including medical staff. IT had to admit patients and then keep track of their patients' discharge to track and contact tracing. IT and AI helped most R&D worldwide in the development of vaccine, simulating and testing. IT is on overdrive since the first day virus affected globally. IT and entertainment. This industry kept the citizens with some innovative technologies to keep people entertained while they work from home. Innovations from various social media platforms to support virtual gatherings and virtual parties kept people engaged in their work environment at home and kept them socially engaged with their friends and acquaintances. IT and financial services, since this industry was already well on its way, embracing technology worldwide, the disruption due to COVID, although it existed for employees, was minimal for executing transactions such as electronic banking, electronic payments, investment services. The sector which was highly affected was cash transactions. This friction is already being tackled in major economies by using mobile apps and with support from a variety of retail stores as their cash banking endpoints. So we are on offense now. So at the moment, thanks to IT, it has been impressive in supporting the real vaccine development, mitigating the spread, and planning the distribution. We are hoping the vaccine will come out sooner than we thought. Although a lot of talk is going on, hopefully it will happen soon. I just wanted to give you my perspective on how IT has come to the rescue, in a way vaccinating metaphorically, when the whole economy worldwide was collapsing. And we should be proud, being in the IT profession, how we have come to the rescue in this pandemic. With that, I want to pose a question to you. What is life post-COVID? What would it look like? Is it the same? We know it will never return to the pre-COVID. Will all the jobs return back to the factories and institutions? Maybe in different form? How will organization restructure? How do office space look like? Already, at least in the United States, they have raised from 250 square foot space per person in the company to 350 square foot space as they go back post-COVID. They're already planning for percentage of employees never to come back to work. Google and Facebook has given choices to their employees. You may never want to come back to work. You can work a lifetime from your home. So there are changes taking place, but at this time, it is not certain in what way. So I'm opening for any questions on the perspectives I have given today. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views about how IT came to the rescue for all industries during this pandemic.
Sir, one question.
Yes.
Had COVID-19 happened 25 years back, what would have been the scenario in the world?
That is a very what if question, very good what if question. I believe more productivity loss, more death, probably 1 year we have taken may become, they're already predicting next year is gone. 1 year might be longer. Right now, there are at least 10 different vaccines is in a phase 3 trial. And we might have, at least during springtime, beginning of next year. If 25 years ago, cloud computing was at the early stages, mobile technology did not exist, smartphones were never there. So we don't know what the issue would have been. We can prognosticate that, but reality is very difficult. You know, banking would have suffered.
No, we had trunk calls, hotlines in India before 1990.
Contact tracing would never be done.
Yeah, because hotlines, trunk calls and hotlines I know because in public sectors it was there in those days. But ERNET had come in, I think in 80s, 85 it had come in the IITs and IISc, but we did not have internet. So
internet came in 92, 93 worldwide.
yeah.
And we probably did not have good video conferencing tools.
Yeah.
You know, I think socially we would have been very alone staying at home.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so we could not afford $3 phone calls on a trunk line per minute.
Yeah. But
So that,
when smallpox pandemic came, when in those days, how the world was affected? Was the world affected the same way now as it is? Like all the countries were affected when smallpox came.
traveling was not there. See, it's a global economy now. We travel all over without giving any consideration.
So
Even Spanish flu was contained because traveling was not easy.
Oh,
1920.
right.
Now when we get a thought of traveling, we take a plane ticket and go anywhere in the world. So it is an easy spread. You know.
Any more questions?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my
thoughts.
thoughts.
It's our pleasure, sir. It's our pleasure. It's a very interesting talk, and we are going to have more of these symposiums, even in terms of project implementations. So we'll continue in the same way, and it's our pleasure to have you and all the speakers, especially. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Lionel.
Yes, I'm
So
here.
Lionel D'Souza.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes, Shrikant, can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. I think Dr. Shrikant is taking a walk. A small walk, maybe.
Just a second, Lionel, just a second. Sharing is there.
Okay, sure. Sure. Take your time.
Sharing is not coming. It is there.
Yeah, I'm trying to share. Let me do it again.
I think now you can get it. Dr. Ranjan has to stop sharing, then you can get it.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Why is it not sharing?
Yeah. Now you are sharing.
I'm sharing now.
Oh, again, earlier you started, again gone. Yeah, now you are there.
I am now. I'm not sharing, right?
For some reason, you are toggling between your screen, your face and your screen. Now we can see your screen, then you're back to your tone. Yeah, now we can stop
No.
share. You are toggling.
And do it again.
No, don't put stop sharing. Now you are there now. Now you are there. If you
I'm
put
there.
don't now you
Okay.
can, because if you put stop sharing again, it will go back to your screen. Yeah, that is what happened. Okay.
Yeah, don't keep changing it because there is a slight delay, I think, and that's why.
Okay. Okay. That's why it's taking. Let's see if it comes on.
Now, what happens is once you put a screen, earlier one, don't put back to your camera again, okay, video. You're clicking,
Okay.
you're coming back again yourself. So
Okay.
share
So
again
should
your
I?
screen, share screen and keep screen only. Share screen and keep screen.
Okay.
And then you can start talking rather than because when you, once you click back to your video, we are back, okay. IT challenge, okay. Technology is not easy.
Okay. Let me. No, it is. Shrikant, do you have my presentation? I have emailed it to Shrikant. Shrikant, can you upload it? For some reason, this is not sharing.
It will be audible. I'll tell you the whole story.
I have emailed it to Shrikant.
Yeah, just a second, I'm downloading it, just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll now share it.
Okay. I emailed it to you just now, seconds ago.
Yeah. Is it visible, Lionel?
Yes, it is visible now.
Now you go ahead.
Okay, and I will just let you know when I want to change slides, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
One second. Where is it? No, I want to mute it.
Okay. Okay, good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lionel D'Souza, and this presentation is with Mr. Cyril Kisti. I'd like to give you a little background on what started this research endeavor. Initially, I undertook a couple of studies with Dr. Tommy White, who presented yesterday in the United States. We did a couple of studies in the Atlanta, Georgia, and the Southeast United States. And then I was very keen on understanding what was going on in India. And there was no better person than Mr. Cyril Kisti. And the reason why I say this, because I'll read you his profile. Mr. Cyril Kisti is a truly distinguished individual in the realm of human resource management. He holds a master's degree in social work with specialization in industrial relations and personnel management from the Taj Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai, a degree in law from Nagpur University, and a certificate in advanced personnel management from Templeton College, Oxford. So all in all, Mr. Kisti has 20 plus years of experience in the field of human resources in both private and public sector organizations of immense repute. And he has worked as the head of department of large undertakings for a major portion of his career and retired from Coal India as its director personnel and industrial relations. So really no better person to undertake the study than with Mr. Kisti. So that was the foundational basis of this additional perspective of looking at what was happening in the United States versus what we had done in India, rather, with what we had done with the combination of the two. So looking at the United States first, and then subsequently this study in India. Next slide, please.
Professor Srikant.
Yeah, you can go to the next slide.
Yeah, well.
So a little background, which we've heard a lot about, but truly in India, the pandemic surfaced on January 10th, and thereafter, the country went through a series of different lockdowns, and ultimately, the government of India declared a nationwide lockdown somewhere on the 24th of March. Now, it quickly escalated into a global pandemic, as we all know. And we also well know that the disruptions took place in private, government, and all facets of society and government and private functioning. So it virtually affected every dimension of life in India. And according to JAMA, it's one of the most extensively researched phenomenon or phenomena of our generation right now. Next slide, please. So, with the expertise of Mr. Kisti, the extensive work experience in the public and private sector, there was no better person to undertake this study. We developed the study mutually, both of us, and that speaks of the global research we are talking about, and the extending the boundaries of knowledge, so to speak, where we're not constrained by time, by geography. Time certainly, because we wake up and go to sleep at different times of the day and night across the continents. Okay, so the study was largely conducted in Nagpur, which happens to be the absolute center of India within the state of Maharashtra. Can that cursor be removed from that slide? There's a black patch on it. Yeah, you can remove that cursor. And there's a black spot there. Okay, I can see it now. So with Mr. Kisti's extensive experience in the public sector, that was our focus, but we also wanted to look at the private enterprises out there. So India's energy sector, revenues of this sector are significant, and it certainly has affected this sector, the pandemic, that is. And we wanted to really look at the challenges to human resources and how these large organizations, some of the largest in the country, were affected. And what were the mortality and other safety fears of the pandemic? Because we were talking about the energy sector there. And ultimately, what was well known and what is still being felt is the lowered productivity and the diminishing financial returns. For example, in the coal-based power plants, that productivity was decreased by 26%. And you can imagine how devastating that could be in terms of the economics. And it's all related. Productivity, as you know, is all well related to payments, to salaries, and so on. Although one side effect of the pandemic, which is possibly the only good thing that ever happened, is environmentally, there have been some beneficial outcomes, especially in India, where the air got clean for some time and that smog was reduced in major cities and so on. Next slide, please. So the aim of the study was really to explore and evaluate human resource policies of two large public sector organizations and a couple of private enterprises up to this point in time. Somewhere barely a week before this, we stopped our research data collection. So it was to really understand human resource management strategies and policies being enacted by these government agencies. And we were largely confined to Nagpur and different states, but keeping in mind the safety norms we could reach out to some large heads, policymakers and implementers of policy, even in other cities. Because for one thing, um, in terms of interviewing, the pandemic kind of leveled the playing field where we didn't have to go and meet in person. It was too risky to the interviewer or to the interviewee. And it gave us a chance to look at these heads of public and private enterprise and to get a good handle on the strategies and policies being enacted, implemented, and the adaptations in both types of enterprises. Next slide, please. Now, this is a story that has to be told. It has to be discovered, uncovered, and there's no better methodology than a qualitative study. There's no time to frame and construct surveys and host them on secure servers like SurveyMonkey or any of those. And it's also time consuming. And more importantly, or rather most importantly, numbers would not give us that human drama, the dynamics, the experiences, the lived experiences of those people actually either framing these policies or actually implementing. So we chose semi-structured interviews, that is a qualitative methodology, and it is found to be excellent in exploratory studies. And according to Levitt, such an option is best suited when the prime concern is, the prime aim is to understand human dynamics. And in terms of the design, we also wanted to kind of not be content with just interviewing people, but also looked at government gazettes, some, what is the official policies, the written words, so to speak. So we decided to also use a multiple case study design to look at policy and see how that stacked up against what our data collected was. Next slide, please. So we had a purpose. We wanted to go out and interview just the people that were accessible, that were very knowledgeable, and had some of those responsibilities. So we used semi-structured interviews. And again, the aim was to look at what, in terms of adaptation, how successful or unsuccessful they were, what were the challenges, and so on. Really, to conduct a focus study and choose participants with the depth of experience, the subject matter expertise, and knowledge in strategic human resource management. Because why do we say strategic? Because we wanted to see from an economic standpoint, it is not just human dynamics, which have been devastating, debilitating, but also in terms of the economics, how does the organization balance the two, manage to pay their salaries, and those kind of return on investment calculations to be also factored in. Next slide, please. So to really facilitate a flowing discourse with these policy framers, the implementers, we chose to interview 2 public sector heads, a consultant, and some others. And in interview questions outlined here, but they were with the aim of really getting the other person to talk, to speak, to open up their hearts and minds to discuss with us. So, for example, one of the questions was, what human resource approaches and strategies are you using in this current COVID-19 climate. What are the principal challenges in implementing these human resource strategies, and what are employee reactions? So those are some of the questions. There's question 4 and 5, but you can imagine that our purpose was really to uncover the human dynamics at every level and understand this from a 360-degree perspective, really comprehensively, holistically, and so on. Next slide, please. Now, once we collected our interview data, we kind of looked at, what was everybody talking about, these heads? What was somebody less frequently talking about? And we kind of arranged those in order of importance to really derive what the themes were. And then we arranged those themes in a way that we could understand and interpret that information so that we could share and disseminate this information not only within the country, but hopefully as we want to extend the study further and compare with the United States in what Dr. Tommy White and Dr. Eric Smith have done. So look at a 360-degree perspective, not only locally, but also internationally. So we looked at the satisfaction of employees in the public sector. In the public sector, first of all, they were very pleased. The prime concern was the health of the employees, and there was high satisfaction by employees. They were quite happy with the initiatives in providing all the means of sanitization and temperature checks and so on. They were also very happy that the government had taken the pains to revamp medical facilities to be in line with the new dictates, the new mandates that arose from COVID-19. And another important point of appreciation was that that employees found that the 15 lakhs, now 1 lakh of rupees, if my calculation is right, is somewhere in the region of, if a dollar is 73, so it's there about $1,000 would be 73,000. So add another 30,000. So 1,200 to 1,300, or let's put it at $1,200 to $1,500. That would be 1 lakh. So multiply that by 15 times, and so that was the ex gratia for COVID-19 related deaths in one public organization. May not seem significant in the United States, but in India, that could be a lot of money. And it was something, that the government was voluntarily giving out. So you can see that the government has been fully supportive. Next slide, please. The other thing that we wanted to see, and which came out prominently, was what was the relationship between employer and employee. And actually, this tragedy, so to speak, brought together employers and employees. The relationship turned out to be more harmonious, more cohesive, and cooperative. And we found employers and employees really cooperating. Even the trade unions, there was really good kind of collaboration between the two. There was declines in cases of indiscipline and insubordination, which really shows that the human spirit is determined to overcome tragedy and triumph. So while the devastation is unfortunate, it also brings out the best in the human spirit. So that is something that is really remarkable. Next slide, please. Typical of any unfortunate situation or phenomenon, we found strategic adaptation ranking very high in adapting to the new normal. And in order for the company and these public sector organizations to make sure everything was progressing, we found that everybody was really adaptive. The company had introduced a fortnightly roster to ensure attendance as well, because by then, as every previous speakers have spoken about, the adaptation to working remotely had already commenced. And there was a specific program of work from home, which was immediately, as soon as possible, implemented. And there was empathy and solutions based on exceptional cases. So we saw the strategic adaptation, and there was very strict adherence to compliance with social distancing norms. There was expected accountability for normal employees' performance and output. Okay, so there were changes in field operations, expected accountability for normal employee behaviors, as we talked about the financial returns. There was no let up. Performance had to be maintained, and uncompromisingly to enforcement of the norms. Next slide, please.
Lionel, you're not audible. You're on mute.
Okay. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the next dominant theme was change. How effective were they in managing and embracing change? So some of the previous speakers have spoken about change in work from home, virtual meetings, and this has been enacted at all levels by the board of directors, and even promotions and those kind of decisions, hiring decisions, have been made virtual. Important policy decisions, some important decisions were to treat COVID-19 on par with accidental death in terms of compensation. So that was remarkable for normally, tight-fisted government policies, and even offer voluntary retirement to employees. Nobody is allowed to come to headquarters because some of these energy places were working in remote field operations, and that led to a stoppage of employees coming to headquarters and so on. And very strict compliance with all guidelines to safety and adherence to the Indian Council of Medical Research and those kind of guidelines to ensure stoppage of the spread of the virus. Next slide, please. So from the management point of view, the focus was on uninterrupted work, yet with all the provisions of health and again strengthening all and shoring up all medical care facilities and even providing 24/7 care to employees and families. Next slide, please. Okay, so in kind of summary, we found extensive cooperation between employee and employees, real commitment to upholding all the regulatory norms, and the concerns were different across the two. In the public sector, the trade unions were positive, and in India, there's typically more job security in the public sector, whereas in the private sector, job losses were a concern, and that's understandable because the whole world was in turmoil and economically disrupted. So work from home had to be adopted, and particularly in offices, and even as previous speakers have indicated, this is likely to be the new norm as normalcy returns. Working lean, mean, rationalization of staff, that means cut down on head count is some of the things happening. So in terms of the strategic human resource recommendations from the public sector point of view, we recommend greater transparency in the formulation of long-term policy guidelines, involve the trade unions because they hold the keys to negotiations and discussion with employees. So involve them in formulating, first of all, policy decisions and then implementing them. And in the private sector, monitor those decisions very closely, prevent exploitation of workers because that happens in the public sector. In terms of the government, frame policies to safeguard the interests of employees, monitor and policy implementation, possible exploitation of employees. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the plans for dissemination of findings would be to present at international conferences. I've already mentioned that we plan on linking this study with what's happened in the United States. Use our study findings to discuss in human resource management forums, platforms, publish in peer-reviewed journals, offer workshops in private in strategic human resource management, and contribute to public sector organizations in terms of newsletters and policy with policy think tanks. Next slide, please.
It's done.
Okay, so on that note, we come to the end of this presentation. Unfortunately, Mr. Kisti could not be present because he had a computer breakdown. But if there are any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them right now.
Yeah. Lionel, one question.
Yes.
Lionel, I would like to know. I would like to know how public sectors work in the developed countries, like in US, Europe. How do the public sectors work?
It works pretty much the same like in India. The policies are framed at the center, the word that we use in India, but there's some autonomy at the state level, the local level. So it's pretty much the same. All our branches of government also are the same in that we have a centralized or a federal, the word is used, authority, and then the individual interpretation of those mandates or policies are left to the local units. Of course, there should not be any major deviation from policies, and some policies are inflexible. So that, if that answers your question.
Yeah.
Professor Srikant, can I ask one question? Deepak Vaikar here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lionel. I think you have given a very broad view about what is happening, especially after during the COVID-19 HR policies. Now, one part I understand was when I was stranded in India that many, including government organization, public sector organization, they had a difficulty releasing payments to the employees. So did you get any input on that from when you carried out the survey from those HR directors challenge as a challenge, because many of those employees were not receiving regular salary, or some of them were receiving 50%, and it took quite a long time. I think some of them are still pending on the way. So did you receive anything like that?
No, what you say is very possible, Dr. Viper. But our interviews were confined, and I would not like to mention the names of the central government India organizations. But what I can say that these are quite prosperous entities in the government. So we didn't notice that. In fact, as I mentioned, the 15 lakh ex gratia is considered very generous. So despite the difficulties, obviously they've got huge amounts of money in their kitty, so to speak, and they were able to part with salaries on time. But what did happen is to offset declines in productivity and profitability, there have been some reduction in staff, and they've encouraged voluntary retirement. So I think they've cleverly balanced that in the public sectors that we interviewed, if that answers your question. But so specifically, no, we didn't come across that particular concern where they were not paid.
It's good to know. I know central government, because you are interacting with them, you're right, they may be having appropriate undertaking funds. The ex gratia 15 lakh is those who were on active duty, okay? Those who were on active duty for the physical presence. No, physical presence, that is what I heard. Physical presence in helping government in whatever way managing that during that COVID. Okay, if there's a lockdown, you go on the site and take care of that, or you are working with healthcare or law and order, public sector, those where you got public contacts to do it. And in the event you catch the COVID-19, and then worst case is what you mentioned is that then there is a 15 lakh that was announced to almost, I think, all those who are involved in that kind of profession. So I do not know what is.
And anybody that was experienced any untoward kind of situation, first of all, they were empathetic towards them. There was some kind of compensation. But those that actually died, and then that was treated as accidental death, and that 15 lakhs was typically reserved for accidental death, and that was given, and COVID-19 was treated as such. Now by the same token, there have been cases where in India, and outside of this study, but that is from our findings, is that even physicians have turned other cases treated them as COVID-19 to get monetary benefits and compensation, and so has, unfortunately, patients. And so there've been all kinds of things on the spectrum. But really, from the government standpoint, from this case study point of view, that was what was determined, that where there was, it could be directly attributed to COVID-19, 15 lakh compensation was paid out.
Thank you very much for sharing your views. Okay, and convey our best thanks. Thank to your co-author Cyril also. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Lanan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Yeah, so the next speaker is Mr. Majid Gomini, and let me give you a little brief on his profile. So Majid, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So let me just introduce let me find your profile here quickly. Okay, so presentation is adaptive learning with dynamic structure neural networks. Have you got your presentation up there? I have to stop sharing. No. So
Let's come. Let's come here.
it is coming.
I did share it.
Okay. Yeah. So please share it.
So it's visible, yes.
It's visible. Lanan, who is sharing it? You are sharing or Majid is sharing?
No, I'm
Majid is sharing it.
Okay, done. Fantastic.
Okay. So let me give you a little brief into the profile of Majid. Majid Gomini is originally from Iran, but currently resides in Turkey and in specifically in Ankara, Turkey since 2008. He serves as a professor with the University of the People since 2016. Majid has 18 years of teaching experience, teaching in several universities and in different countries. He has earned a bachelor's degree in computer engineering, master's degree in software engineering, and is currently completing his PhD thesis right now. Majid has published 5 books in the programming field and many papers in journals of artificial intelligence and its application and has extensive experience in intelligent systems, neural networks, and machine learning. Okay, Majid, over to you then.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank the University of Phoenix and the Manipal Institute of Technology, Dr. Tommy, you, Dr. Lionel, Dr. Sekon, and everybody who have labor and effort to this symposium, this great symposium. And many thanks for giving me this opportunity to briefly explain my title. Actually, this is a part of my PhD thesis, and unfortunately, I don't know the level and the background of all listeners and how they are introduced with the machine learning, with the neural network, etc. So I will give you a brief introduction, and maybe some are obvious for some people, or maybe some are the first time they are hearing. So apologize me if I am I have to pass soon, because if I want to talk and explain everything, it cannot be fit in 30 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. And again, thanks for everybody who are listening me. My email address also is here. I would be glad if someone is interested to this title and want to work with us and can make connection to me. Actually, here we have a brief introduction. As I told you, we need to give some information about the machine learning, about the neural network, and etc. And then we can go on with the main purpose, main subject. and problem under study and the purpose, research methodology and scopes. And finally, as a result, I will show you one sample code, one Java program that I wrote it for implementation of this project. And finally, conclusion and recommendation. Okay, let us go on with what is the neural network. If you want to talk about the adaptive learning, we have to know what is the machine learning, and machine learning is based on the neural network. Artificial neural network is the abstract mathematical machine, mathematical model of the human brain. Neural networks are non-symbolic systems, and machine learning also is a subfield of the AI, and which is concerned with the design and development of algorithm technique that allows the computer to learn in general. Actually, the concept of learning is very close to the classification. In coming slide, I will have an example, and you will see how the classification means same thing in the learning. For example, if a system can receive the input patterns and classify them to the specific predefined classes as output, easily we can say this is a learning system. Here is the key points. As I mentioned, neural networks are non-symbolic systems. And as I told you, I need to define this key and important feature of the neural network. Maybe most of the listeners introduced with it, but just I'm talking about for people who are not introduced with the symbolic and non-symbolic systems. Actually, we can say the neural network are the only and the first handmade, human-made mechanism that are working based on the non-symbolic system. All of the computers, calculators, and etc. are symbolic systems. Human brain also is a biological system, which is a non-symbolic system. What is the meaning of symbolic and non-symbolic? Actually, symbolic systems are very clear when you, for example, do a simple calculation, 2 + 3 is equal 5. The symbol 2, the symbol 3, and the summation operation still is a symbol are defined in that calculator or computer program. And based on that symbols, there is, for example, a specific hardware unit for summation, the adder, and easily can calculate and give the result. But inside the human brain, when you are making a calculation of simple two numbers, for example, 5 + 3 is equal 8, actually there is no 5 a specific symbol in your brain, and there is no 8, and there is no 3. And even we have no any adder or any calculator in our brain at a specific location. All of these information are distributed through a various number of neurons, and with I don't know, fantastic calculations, we can got the result as summation. Later in the coming slide, I will explain more this, but don't forget the neural network are working based on non-symbolic system. Okay, so we thought that the neural network are a combination of many single neurons. Any neural network consists of many single neurons. Let us see what is the structure of a single neuron. This is the abstract mathematical model. So in the biological model also we have a, I'm not sure you can see my mouse pointer or not. So I'm showing you here. In the biological model also we have a cell body. This is the seed of cell, and there are some inputs, dendrites, and there is a single output, which is axon. And let us see what are the parameters here in our mathematical model. The x1, x2 till xn, these are the input values that are received from the, I don't know, real world sensor or the other neurons. Here we have w1 to wn, these are the weight values. Actually, the weight values in the biological neuron structure, we have a synapse. Synapse is the connection between two neurons. For example, from the output this neuron, again, we are going to connect to the input of other neurons. For connection, this part we use, there are axons in the biological model. For simulation, the synapse. For simulation, the synapses, we have the W, these are the values which are multiplied by input values. The action is very similar to the valve. in the pipeline waters, or variable resistor in the electric circuits. So as you see in the body of the cell, we have two parts. In the first part, we make a summation of all input to sigma from x1 multiplied w1, x2 multiplied w2, x3 multiplied w3 to n. After that, make this summation in the cell body. Also, we have a bias value. I don't want to talk about it. It's a technical point. Sometimes we can use it for solve some problem of the neural network. At the moment, we can consider it 0 or not important. And then we have the summation of these values. For example, if W is 0, this neuron cannot make any input to this cell. Or if W is 1, all input will completely go to the cell, like a valve. I told you, you can open it or close it or control the amount of the input. In the second part of the cell body, we have phi. Phi is a transformation function. Transformation function actually you can consider it as a step signal, 0 and 1. If the result is less than threshold, threshold value also is defined. For example, the threshold value is 0. If the summation is less than 0, the output will be off. The neuron, each neuron has two possible output, off or on, fire or on fire. So if the smaller than threshold level, the neuron state will be off. Or if the bigger than the threshold level, the state of the neuron will be on. Instead of the step signal, also we can use a sigmoid function or any other predefined mathematical function. Later we will talk about it in detail in the learning process. Okay, so simply this is a structure of a single neuron, and the output Y again it can be used for the other neuron or an output of the neural network. Okay, let's go on with the characteristic and the action phases of the neural network. Actually, how we can recognize two neural networks from each other. The most important parameter are the number of neurons. So if two neural networks we have, one has more neurons, we can say it's more powerful than other. Number of links to each neuron. In the image here I have above, this is a perceptron model neural network. As you see here, we have 3 layers: input layer, output layer, and hidden layer. So the number of layers also is important. Actually, similarly to the number of neuron, number of layers also make the more power and make the fast learning in the neural network. And the number of links to each neuron here, as you see, we have full connection. Each neuron output is connected to the all next layer input. This is a full connection. Topology is again another important parameter for the neural network. This is a multi-layer topology, so we can have ring topology, we can have different topology are possible, and also update function, that is error control. During the learning phase, we're using mathematical algorithm or mathematical function to reduce the error level. At the beginning, the neural network error level is very high, but step by step during the learning phase, we reduce the error level. This is the update function. In the practice program, I will show you how this parameter can be measured and shown. So again, the action phases of the neural network are 2: learning phase and application phase. Any neural network after design and implementation must pass the learning phase. And after that, if it passed the learning phase with considerable, with acceptable error level, now the neural network is ready for application phase with real data. In the learning phase, generally we use the dummy data for test and training, but after that, it could be ready for using the real data. A good example for understanding what is the what process is happening inside the learning phase. First of all, don't forget in the learning phase, just we change the values of the weights. As you remember, in the model of a single neuron, we have W0, W1 till Wn. These are the weight vector, simulation of the synapse in the biological model. Just in the process of the learning, we change these values. To understand better, we have an example. Consider a guitar as a musical instrument or piano. after manufacturing, after production, the manufacturing companies, everything is okay. Physically, everything is okay, but it still cannot be used because we should to make it tune and change some tuning in the instrument to be ready for play. Anyhow, let's go. The second part of introduction is introducing the coherent neural network. Actually, we have different model of the neural network, perceptron network, art network, field neural network, etc. My research and the project is based on the coherent neural network. Coherent neural network is a two-dimensional network, two-layer network. The output layer is a surface, is a matrix. As you see here, we have a n by n neuron, for example, 10 by 10 neurons. The output surface is very similar to the cerebral cortex in the human brain. We have an input. The input is a vector, and x1, x2 till xn, and these are gathered the information from the input receivers, and after processing with each single neuron multiplication, as I explained in the previous slide, the result will pass to the output layer, which are neurons in the surface of matrix. Again, is a full connection neural network, each input connected to all neurons at the output surface. The procedure of learning here is unsupervised, coherent use unsupervised learning. So in the procedure, look at to the surface here, as you see, one neuron here, color is red, yellow. This is the winner neuron, that is the biggest value is for this neuron. After that, the neighbors in the pink color, and the second neighbors in the violet or purple color, and finally, these are the green level, which are with the minimum value for the first sample when you input to the network as an input vector. Look at the Poisson function here. It is very important to use it here because the procedure of learning is used based on the Poisson function. As you see, the first neuron here is at the center at the peak of this curve. And again, the next layer, next neighbor, and the third, second neighbor, and the third neighbor, and etc. With using this procedure and the repetition with the many dummy data, step by step, slowly, the surface of the coherent will be divided into different areas depending to the input. For example, if your system is going to recognize different animals, for example, I don't know, maybe this location is for the cat, this location is for the horse, this location is for the fish, this location is for elephant, and etc. So we have different areas, different regions, and we can make labeling. This area is for dog, this area is for cat, etc. So after the training phase, even the real data come to the network. If the winner neuron is in, for example, the area of elephant, we can say the sample is elephant. Let's go with a simple example. This is an example will make more clarification in our talk. We are going to design a simple system to distinguish the elephant from the mouse. Okay, this is very simple and very easy example because we know that all elephants are very big and slow. And vice versa, the mouses are very fast and smart. So if we select two features, one could be speed, another could be scale, size. So easily we can classify these two objects with considerable Euclidean distance. So this is the center of the mean value of this class, and here is this. So as you see, we cannot find any elephant that is smaller than mouse, or we cannot find any elephant that is faster than mouse. So easily they can recognize if this is the output surface of the coherent model. Again, easily you can see we can have two different classes, psi1 and psi2 are different classes, are labeled for these two different objects. For example, X can be considered for the elephant, Y can be considered for mouse. So any input to the system can be in this area or this area, easily we can recognize. Okay, but the important question is this. If instead of elephant and mouse, we use dogs and cats, what happens? So of course, we know that the dog and cat, due to speed and size, they are very similar, and we cannot easily recognize them. The main idea of this project is this. Let us have a background to the existing world. Actually, the most of neural network today are single purpose. That is, you design a neural network for a single problem or single environment, and only can be used for that area. You cannot use it for another reason or for another purpose. And all of the neural network has a fixed structure. That is the number of neurons, the number of layers, the error control function, the number of connections, everything is fixed. At the design time, we define it, we correct it, and then the network will be with the fixed value. But if the samples, if the input patterns have big changes, for example, here I wrote an example. If neural network is designed for pattern recognition of human voice sample, it could not be used again when the samples are subject to change very significantly. I mean, if the input have a big change in the behavior, the same network cannot be used. So you have to redesign. The problem we are going to talk about is here. We can. I mean, the main idea of the project is to how to increase the power and how to increase the speed of learning rate. And this is based on the adaptivity in the structure of the neural network. That is, we can make and design neural network with dynamic structure. During the learning phase and also during the application phase, the parameter can be changed, the number of neurons, the number of layers, even the error control function can be changed. So this could be a special model of new method for the learning in the neural networks. Okay, so let us see how we can add and how we can remove the neurons inside the network. Again, consider we have a coherent neural network. This matrix is the output surface of a coherent network. For example, this is a fixed value, I don't know, 10 by 10. And we are going to use it for different reasons. So I told you if a problem changed the behavior of the input samples, for example, we designed the system for recognition of elephant and mouse, and now you are going to use the same system for recognition of the dog and cats. So it's not possible, the system cannot recognize it. You have to make a redesign to your network. I mean, you have to, normally for such problems, we have to increase the number of neurons first. For example, in the coherent, if your output matrix is 10 by 10, you have to change it to 20 by 20, 50 by 50, 100 by 100, and see where it's possible to solve that problem. Or similarly, for other models in the, for example, perceptron model, you should to increase the number of hidden layers. At the first step, your hidden layer is, you have only one hidden layer. If the problem is not able to converge to the problem, you have to increase the second hidden layer, third hidden layer till end. So how we can add the neurons in the surface of the coherent? Look at here, I have two examples of making a split and merge. For example, in this area, we are going to recognize dog and cats. So because they are very close and Euclidean distance is very low, very small. So you have to put more neuron here. We are using the technique of splitting. So look at here, 2 neurons split to the 8 neuron, and vice versa here, split to the 16 neurons. So this is a way to increasing the new neurons inside the model. Vice versa, if in some area, for example, this area is for elephant and mouse, so they are enough far from each other due to the Euclidean distance, so easily you can remove some useless neurons. So here you are using the merge technique, and here, for example, 9 neurons changed into only single neuron, and here 2 to 1, or here 4 to the 1. In this diagram, I'm showing the area. For example, this is the base surface of the output of the coherent network. If this area, if this region is for, I don't know, cat, and if we have the second area like this for the dog, so they are very close. And similarly, in this image, we can use the split and merge technique. So how it's possible to insert neurons or remove the neurons? As I mentioned, in the output surface of the coherent, we can use the different shape of the arrangement of neuron. Hexagonal is one of the most popular here. Look at to this image. With using the split and merge technique, we can add and delete the neuron. For example, in the left side, instead of one neuron, we have, for example, 9 neurons. So we are splitting one neuron to the 9. Vice versa here. Again, we can remove many neurons and put only a single neuron instead of them. So if you have more classes, similar classes, you have to use this technique. For opposite, you have to use this one. So a big question here is this: when a new neuron is generated, what is the value of this neuron? You know, each neuron keep a specific value. At the beginning, at the start point of the training, all values are set randomly. That is predefined by random numbers. And during the operation or learning phase, or even for application phase, each cell has a value. So if you put a new neuron, what would be the value of those neurons? They should be start by random number. It's not possible. By 0 again, it's not possible. So there are many ideas. The most important is gathering the data from the neighbors. For example, for this neuron, I can make a summation average of these neighbors and give to all these neurons. Vice versa, when you remove a neuron, of course, that neuron also has a value, and the value of that neuron also is important. So before removing it, you have to share this value with the neighbors. So also in the real world, we have the same story. For example, I don't know, when in the building, a new person is coming to the new flat, so the neighbor will have to give some, I don't know, things to him, or when someone is going to live there again, can share the unwanted goods to the neighbors. So again, with same procedure, we can do the remove and add. Okay, on the other hand, key parameter here is the fractal theory. As you know, the fractal theory, fractal is a mathematical set that has fractal dimension and can exceed this topology dimension. Fractal are typically self-similar patterns. That is, they are same from the far and near. Look at this diagram here. As you see, if you go closer or if you come far, this image again is same thing. That is, if you make it zoom in or zoom out, again you will see the same thing, and it does not matter which point you are standing. So again, repeat itself with the similar shape, and it can go on. So as the human brain structure, I mean, macroscopic view of the human brain again shows that it obeys the fractal shape. It's better to use the fractal feature for inserting or removing the neural neurons in the neural network. Look at this image in the left side. This is a square shape and is very fit to the output surface of the coherent network. For example, consider at the first time we have one neuron here, and these are the neighbors. If you are going to add more neurons, again, for each neuron here, I can add different neighbors. So again, go on with next neuron. Again, here, look at, we have another neighbor, 8 neighbors, and you can increase it. So this can be go to infinity. I mean, as much as possible, you can insert the neuron. Vice versa, for removing, again, you can back from the same procedure to back. So fractals can be very important, and they have a key role in the insertion and deleting the neurons in the output. And here I have two exotic sample of the fractals, and these are very useful you can use for the output surface of the cone, and instead of, for example, the single grid shape or the hexagonal shape, we can use a fractal shape like this, and easily we can insert or delete the neuron from the output surface. Okay, let's go to see how we can implement it. Actually, you know, for the normal neural network, traditional neural network at the present, the output surface of a component always is using a matrices, I mean, a two-dimensional arrays. So, for example, if you are going to design a common neural network with 100 output neurons, you use a matrix 10 by 10, and easily you can design it with the arrays, two-dimensional arrays. But if we are going to insert new neurons, or if you want to delete some neurons, the arrays would not be useful and cannot be possible. So instead of the array, we have to use the linked list. Everybody knows, I think, the linked lists are a chain of the data. They can change the size during usage. They are not predefined like the static data structure arrays. Any linked list similar to a train have a locomotive, a header, and you can chain many wagons, depends on your work, for example, 2, 3, 5, and 10. And at the final, we have a sentinel. In each wagon, we have a data box, and we have a pointer to the next wagon. And again, these are like the train in the real world. There are different types of the linked list. One is the circular linked list, and that is the last node, again, connect to the first one, so it is a circular. Also, we have the bidirectional linked list, that is the pointers, arrows will be to the left and right. That is, you can move to the next in the right or move to the next in the left. So this would be also very suitable for us. But the key factor here is for the coherent output matrix, you have to use a specific data structure, which each node has 4 pointers, not 1 pointer. 1 pointer for the left cell, 1 for the right cell, 1 for the rear and back, or let's say up and down. So this is for the grid format. If you are using a hexagonal shape, so you need 6 pointers to make connection to the neighbor. So if you are using the fractal structure with, for example, triangle shape, you need 3 pointers to neighbor. That is the number of pointers here increasing, depends on the how many neighbors each cell, each neuron has. And I cannot show the technical point in the prepared sample code because it's very long and difficult, the passive. Here I want to show you a sample that I have written with the Java creator and with using object-oriented graphical model. Let me switch to the program. Okay, are you seeing the new screen, the program? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So this is a Java program. I wrote it with Java, and there is for testing of the learning. We are using again a coherent neural network here for shape recognition. Here I can select my shape, let's say a simple shape, square shape, and run it. So this is the error level, as I told you, in the process of the learning, the error level is going down. These are the values of the weight, as you see the harmonic shape at the start by random number, but step by step is making a harmonic shape, and this is the output value. The red neuron is the winner neuron in the output surface of the component. These are the inputs values, input 1, x1, and x2, and this is the neighborhood ratio. So after iteration, as you see, the shape start by a random and step by step adapted to the required shape, which is square. So this shape is very simple, and as you see, the neural network can learn it acceptable. And let us select another shape, triangle, and again run it. As you see, again, start by a random shape and try to adapt itself to the given shape, which is triangle. So also triangle is easy shape, and the network can pass the training phase with acceptable error level. Of course, in any neural network, you cannot decrease the error level to the zero. But approximation, for example, if a neural network 95% is giving correct answer, we can accept it as a learned neural network. So again, as you see, the triangle shape also was easy, and the neural network can learn it. So the output value now is almost similar to the triangle. Now let us select a difficult shape, that is cross. So as you see, cross, we have corners here. So adaptability to this is not easy. This is the key point that I was explaining for you. You have to reject your neural network and redesign another neural network instead of that. So here we are going to change the structure of the neural network, not reject it. And by making some change in the structure, we are going to solve the problem of adaptivity, of compatibility with the new situation. And again, we cannot say 100%, but almost is acceptable to this. But as the last sample, as the last shape, I am using a letter, let's say, for example, letter K. The letter K is very complex, so the neural network cannot learn it at all. So the idea of this project will be used for this point. If we can solve this problem here, so we can use the adaptive neural network to make adaptation to the new different shape and different feature of the samples. Actually, a little is similar to the car, but cannot be acceptable. So the network says the error level is almost zero, but the shape is not very similar to the letter car. And okay, so if you have any question about the feature or about the object or pattern in this program, I can explain for you. Otherwise, let us back to the slides. Okay. And as a conclusion, as I mentioned, with using a dynamic structure, we can increase the speed of learning. So, you know, in some cases, we need to use the machine learning in the real-time system. The real-time system, your network should adapt itself to the programming environment and make learning very rapidly, very fast. So if you cannot pass that given time, you cannot use it for real-time system. So if this system can be implemented, would be ready also for the real-time system. And in the current example you saw before, we didn't change the update function, but one of the important feature also is in the learning time or even in the application time is that we can also change the update function to make another method for decreasing the error level. This would be very difficult during the learning phase to make, the program completely structurally will change. And if the neural network must adapt itself to the condition, should be able to change characteristics during the learning application phase, like the human brain's mechanism. You know that the human brain also is like this. For example, the children at the school, some are interesting to mathematics, some are interesting to the art, some are interesting to the social science and etc. So depend to the study and depend to the education they have, the different parts of the brain have changed structure due to the problem. For example, the number of neurons for the mathematics, for the students who are using more courses for mathematics will be more. And again, the brain is changing its structure to the different environment. That's why the neural network must be the same method. And you know that the human brains, due to the microscopic view, are like the fingerprint. There is no two people with the same structure of the human brain. And the structure are vary depending to the usage of your brain. And as a recommendation, as I told you in this work, I use the Kohanen model. This is the most similar to the human brain structure. That's why it's very easy to, for example, make an increment of the neuron and deleting the neuron. And another parameter is Kohanen has only 2 layers. There is no hidden layers. But if we can get the acceptable result, even we can expand this study to the another type of neural network like perceptron, like Hopfield, like ART, and so on. Another problem is the calculation and the complexity of the structure. I told you if you use a fractal structure in some neural network, at the beginning, we have a matrix of 10 by 10, but after, for example, many time of iteration for the learning phase or training phase, in some part you have, for example, 15 neurons, in some part you have few 5, 6, or 7 neurons. So this is a not homogeneous structure. And implementation and programming and calculation, mathematical calculation, will be very difficult for this models. So if we develop the ready libraries and ready tools, as you know, today in many of programming language, there are a library for the neural network. So again, this method also can be added to that libraries, and the programmers can easily implement their dynamic structured neural network with any goal and reason they want. And the final thing, the fractal structure, as I told you, is very important and can make a big revolution in the next generation of the neural network. The neural network with using the fractal structure will be very good. So, however, the existing source of the for such investigation is the human brain, and the closer to the natural model will cause a better result. So, if we use the same strategy, same mechanism in the human brain, because we told that the neural network are mathematical, abstract mathematical model of the human brain. So whatever is happening inside the human brain, we can make it simulation in the neural network. Okay, these are my references. Thank you for listening, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Any questions? Nice talk, sir. Nice talk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Majid, for
You're
an
welcome.
excellent
Thank you for
presentation.
listening.
Yeah, Lanal. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
So we have our next presenter, Dr. Michael Patterson. Dr. Patterson, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, very good. So let me give you a brief on Dr. Michael Patterson. Dr. Patterson was born in New York City and raised in Midtown Manhattan. He holds a master's degree in management and a doctoral degree in education. Dr. Patterson is an experienced educator and leader with 30 plus years of management practice, with a passion for education to help others succeed in the workplace and beyond. He is also a university adjunct instructor teaching the principles of leadership and management to both undergraduate and graduate students. In his consultant work, Dr. Patterson draws from a diverse career that includes multiple senior level positions within large corporations, including the government sector. Dr. Patterson was the congressional liaison for its Fortune 500 company and sat on the Education and Technology Board for a local chamber of commerce. He's the online learning expert for Goodwin College Medical Assisting Advisory Board and a peer reviewer for the Academy of Management. Dr. Patterson holds a black belt in Taekwondo, received the Outstanding Volunteer Award in 2005 for his voluntary services to help improve the quality of Special Olympics from the Lieutenant Governor, State of Connecticut. He has been deeply honored in being the recipient of the Outstanding Instructor of the Year by 2 universities. Okay, Dr. Patterson, it's on to you now. Take it over. Thank you.
Okay, the only thing is the previous presenter needs to, or you need to get him off of the screen.
Yeah.
So that I can share my screen.
Sure.
Just a second. Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. Okay, I believe everybody can see it, correct?
Yeah.
All right, great. Boy, that wasn't much of a struggle. That's pretty good. Anyway, I want to thank everyone, especially the folks that actually put together the symposium. Typically, when I join a symposium or a conference, I always look for new knowledge or gaining new knowledge or to network with new folks. And I can tell you that so far over these past 2 days, you have not disappointed me at all. The presentations have been outstanding. They're diverse and very educational. So I want to thank you for that. As you know, my name is Dr. Michael Patterson. The only reason I let you know about Taekwondo is just I didn't know whether or not it was going to be a violent atmosphere. See, I that was a little joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. So my presentation is really about there's implications that have happened because of the COVID-19. And this is based on, I've been a director of graduate programs and undergraduate programs, and still in communication with a number of faculty members. And also this has been my experience as well, that these two teaching methods are now being combined. If you remember back, or those of you that are old enough, back in the 70s, before we had accelerated degree programs or online programs that were popular, in order to go and get an undergraduate degree, an adult would have to go to night school. And in that night school, they would be dumped in classes with the adolescents, 18 to 21-year-olds. As time went on and accelerated degree programs became popular and the online formats became popular, you weren't able to get into those accelerated degree programs unless you were over 26 years old. And the average age at that time were a lot of adults that were over the age of 45 or 50. And now that age is starting to actually come closer to 25 years old. However, with that being said, is that there was a need, institutions saw a need to separate the adolescents from the adult programs because of the different knowledge and experience that each one of those generations brought to the table. So with what's going on today in the higher education is institutions with the traditional students that are between that adolescent 18 to 21 and the need for online education, because they're not able to go to face-to-face classes, they're now being dumped in with the accelerated and adult formats, which is causing some challenges, mostly with, not just with the students, but mostly with the educators. And with that being said, I just talked a little bit about, prior to the pandemic crisis, that higher educational institutions separated the adolescent students to traditional formats versus the accelerated formats. Now what's going on is your traditional students, which are the adolescents, are now being mixed in with the non-traditional students. And the insurgence of this mixed population, from my perspective and others, is causing an educational teaching dilemma. I lost my mouse. Here we go. Okay, so for educators, the Andrew Gaji principle, which is more focused to the adult population, is because of the fact that adults, or mature adults, so over the age average of 25 or 26, have some experience. They have experience, and they want to have a voice in what's going on. They use that experience, they use that knowledge to, a lot of times, question whether the theory or concepts are relevant to today. And they're not just going to go ahead and accept those theories and concepts. They're going to argue them. They're going to go ahead and ask for additional inquiry, and which actually brings a very good class from my perspective, because you're getting different perspectives. And one of the beauties about online is that you're getting a mixture of people from different states within the United States, and now universities like the University of People, you're actually going ahead and getting perspectives from across the world, which is even better. More so, with pedagogy is more directed to the adolescent, which between that 18 to 20-year-olds, they're a little bit more needing self-direction. They're looking for the instructor to give them more direction, and they're more acceptance of the theories and concepts because they don't really have the experience to go ahead and argue anything. So now just consider you have a mixed population of one that's questioning theories and concepts and questioning things, where you have that other population that's mixed in there that's looking for more direction, and that is also going ahead and will accept those theories and concepts. So it's causing a challenge. So in this slide, I talk a little bit about, so what is some of the impact that's happening? I can say that I had a struggle putting this together because I have so much to say and so much to offer on this, and being limited to 15 minutes, it really, I struggled to cut this down. So it's not as though there's not a lot of information there. It's that I needed to go ahead and reduce what I wanted to talk about. So it's been my experience that a lot of the students that were face-to-face, now being forced to online courses, the students are not getting any training. They're not getting training to understand what the announcement threads are all about, what the discussion threads are about, what the whole online format is. And it's causing major issues. And it's causing some issues that now the student, instead of just being focused on the content and what they're trying to be taught, they're struggling now with just to understand with the landscape of the online format. With that being said, also in a lot of institutions, because they're moving those traditional formats into an accelerated degree format, because that's where the online programs are or have already been developed, it's that there's condensing this 16-week courses or 15-week courses into 8-week courses and 7-week courses, which is causing more issues with these students. So not only are the students, the adolescent students, I should say, are having an issue with no training and trying to understand this online format, but they're also now used to a 15-week and a 16-week format being pushed into an 8-week and a 7-week format. And that's where this mixture of both of the teaching methods, andragogy and pedagogy, are coming in, and it's causing some issues. Not to mention that classes are reaching their maximum limits, and in some cases exceeding the maximum limits, which is causing faculty issues across the board. So what's needed? Well, one is, I think one of the most important things that are needed is that institutions as well as faculty, which is important, is to be aware of what's going on, being aware that they're getting this influx of adolescent students mixed with adult students, and that they might have to do some innovative things to try and go ahead and address these issues and try and minimize the impact on the students. More importantly, the adolescent students. Maybe it's a good practice to be honest with the class and make them aware of the fact that you have this diverse classroom, which they all can benefit from. And the adolescents can learn from the adults, and also the adult population having some experience can hear now what this new generation is thinking about things or how they're looking at it. Which can be can actually be a great engaging class. So what's some of the best practices? A lot of the presentations that I hear is about what and not in this symposium only, but is what institutions need to do, or what the student needs to do. If we want engagement, if you really want to have a very critical, robust class, and I say online class, I think some of these best practices to take a look at. And with that being said, I think faculty need to be accessible to students. They need to respond immediately to their student concerns. With what's going on right now, there's going to be a lot more student concerns, and there'll be a lot more questions. Be an active person in the discussion threads. Provide ongoing presence. A lot of the feedback that I get from hundreds of students and that have gone ahead and leave the online education, and unfortunately they can't go to traditional face-to-face format because of work or family, they wind up then not pursuing their degree at all. And a lot of it is that faculty do not provide a presence in the classroom. It's important to go ahead and be involved in that discussion thread, ask additional inquiry questions, respond to those questions, be an active participant or facilitator inside the classroom. A lot of times from the evaluations that I've seen as a director, as also what I get feedback from students, is that I don't even know if there's a human being on the other side of that computer or on my online class. Make regular use of the announcement threads. There is information out there and training about how to use announcements, how to go ahead and set up the design of announcements, how to catch the eye of a student to try and go ahead and get the student to really go ahead and log in to the announcement and participate in the announcement threads. So I think that's important. Encourage the building of lasting relationships with fellow students. And you can do that within the announcement threads, course forums, or within the discussion threads to go ahead and try and have them collaborate together within different students, sometimes setting up small groups and moving around students or having small projects with those students. I always go ahead and during the first part of the course to have students share their email addresses, because you'll never know when someone might become a CEO, or might become a president of an organization, or might become the president of the United States, or a dignitary somewhere. And there's one thing you have in common with them, is that you took a course together. So I think that's important as well. Use multimedia to help support instruction. I know myself, I really try and keep up on all new technology. Using that new technology to help enhance the classroom. Using podcasts, using doing conference calls, actually sharing my own personal experience, and combine it to the concepts and theories on what I've experienced, to try and encourage others to talk about what they've experienced. And I try and have it try and go to a point where I can make it relative to their life itself, no matter where they are. And then apply theory to application. And that's really what I'm really expressing right now. Hold conference calls. Helps place a face to another side of the computer. I think having conference calls, even if providing audio messages, providing audio message in terms when you grade assignments, when you go ahead and even in a discussion thread, you might go ahead and provide an audio or a video. It really, that personal presence is there. Technology is not going to replace the human factor. That human factor is still there. And also practice what you preach. In terms of going ahead and providing information about a topic, providing articles, make sure that that if you're following APA format or MLA format or Chicago format, whatever it might be, that you actually are an example of what you're trying to go ahead and do. Grade assignments within a timely fashion, as early as possible, to go ahead and give that student an opportunity to improve in that next week. And that seems to be also a major issue of students, that I get my grading back late and I don't get it early enough so I can make the necessary corrections. Provide constructive feedback when correcting assignments. It's always great to start off with positive comments, and then try and work your way into a format to try and talk about how the person can improve. But there's also a lot of training and information out there in terms of how to go ahead and grade a paper, how to go ahead and grade an assignment. You're not going to be able to correct everything overnight in that one paper. So try and pick out some of the main points that they need to improve upon. And then it's almost like a scaffolding. You're building upon that. Important to audit the links and the technology in every course. A lot of the, even in the textbooks, a lot of the links that go to YouTube videos or go to audio, the technology within the textbook or even in the course, sometimes they're outdated. And then it just causes more issues. One, the student is frustrated because now they can't access the media. And two, you'll get 25 emails or 25 messages saying the link doesn't work, the link doesn't work, the link doesn't work. So it's a good practice to go ahead and audit those links and technology prior to the course. Address the concerns immediately, student concerns immediately, by solving the issue or by directing the student to the right department. And then follow up to make sure that the student's problem has been abated. I think this is another area. When a student, faculty are the reflection of the university, of the institution. You are the institution to them. So they're looking for your guidance and your input. Keep up to date with new technology to help support online learning. I think that's one of the most important pieces, is that now that we're having faculty who traditionally teach face-to-face, or they might have taught hybrid courses, they need to really get support in terms of online learning and how to maneuver and use the online formats. Students also look for faculty to provide that type of information. So in conclusion, I know it's been a long evening for you, a long morning for myself. In conclusion, this presentation is really about more inquiry. I really would like to partner with other faculty to do some research on how to go ahead and create some really good online teaching methods. Not a book of 700 pages or 500 pages, but something more that any new instructor right now who's going to online, or even a veteran that's online, to get some really good, comprehensive, all-inclusive research to help them become a better faculty person online. And I think that's going to be beneficial for the students. I think it will help retention, and I'm positive that it's going to actually allow students that want to pursue that dream of acquiring a college degree with the ability to do so. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Nice talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, very apt. Yeah. Thank you. Lionel.
Thank you, Michael, very much. Any questions to the presentation of Dr. Patterson? And I have one question, actually, Dr. Patterson. You talk about the adults blending in with the adolescents. And I know when online education was more the preserve in recent times for those returning to school, more the adult student, after the days of night school sort of came to an end. Academic integrity is a big issue. You mentioned about the instructor being the example to demonstrate and exemplify best practices and teach in the citation and the referencing. But how do you curb that tendency to, because of the ubiquity of resources that are freely available and the temptation not to resort to those shortcuts? Any thoughts, any suggestions?
Well, in terms of academic integrity with students, a lot of institutions have the built-in turn-in or the different places where you can go ahead and download a student's a discussion thread, or can download a student's paper to see whether or not they plagiarized. The issue is that there's a very interesting article out there about why people resort to actually going ahead and taking those shortcuts and plagiarizing. There's an article out there, or some research out there, that talks about that men look at plagiarism differently than women do. Actually, culturally, there's some issues with that. And adult students is also issues with, I don't have enough time and I don't really know how to paraphrase. So I'm going to go ahead and just try and get away with it. And if I can, great. If I don't. But I think once you kind of get a feel of whether or not a student, how they're writing, on whether or not they're giving their own words or not. In terms of test taking, I think test taking is something where you have to not give the same questions to everybody. With that, it's a challenge. And there's different strategies to go ahead and try and have that, to try and minimize that integrity. But I will say this too, when I say faculty need to practice what they preach, faculty sometimes will go ahead and take something from another author and not properly cite it. and that's practicing bad behavior, and students pick up on that as well.
Absolutely. I think you touched on a key point on paraphrasing. I think quite often people have to be taught to paraphrase, and also to kind of paraphrase without missing a beat. So they should not kind of use the cited content to modify it, dovetail it to what they're trying to say, because that's another form of academic integrity. They may be paraphrasing, they may be giving credit, but they are altering the cited content to suit what they want to say. And so all in all, I agree. It's vigilance, it's practicing what you preach. And there is software like SafeAssign and Turnitin and so on, but those are never infallible. And it takes the acuity and the wisdom of the instructor to really discern when there's something that does not seem right.
Well, I'll just add one thing if I can while you were talking. The issue is time management. With the adult population, a lot of times in order to get financial aid in the United States, they need to take 2 courses. And they're taking 2 courses that require time. As you well know, the biggest problem with someone not being able to paraphrase is because they're just cherry picking through an article or cherry picking through a book. So instead of taking the time to read the entire article and then provide a paragraph in terms of their interpretation of it and how it applies, they don't take that necessary time. So they wind up cherry picking, and that's where they just kind of alter words, and it takes away from the meaning, and that's how they get themselves in some sort of hot water. And even in the University of People, everybody wants to get their degree today. They don't understand that it takes some time. You know, it used to be 4 years or 5 years or 6 years. You know, they want it today. So they're taking 3 and 4 courses. I don't know how they can take 3 and 4 courses, have a personal life, have a full-time job, and be able to do all the necessary reading and apply themselves. They're setting themselves up to fail. So what you're talking about is they're putting themselves in a situation for failure, because it's almost impossible. Not that they don't have the knowledge and ability to do it. They just they set themselves up for failure. And I always hinge. I kind of fringe. I tighten up when someone tells me I'm taking 4 courses this semester, and I'll do my best I can. I don't know how they do it, and they're not a full-time student.
Okay. On that note, any other questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Okay.
Tomorrow, all of us, we will meet at 5:15 p.m. Indian time. 5:15 p.m. for all the talks. We have interesting talks tomorrow. We will meet at 5:15 p.m. Indian time. 5:15. Right? Thank you. Thank you, Michael, once again. Lionel?
Yeah, thank you very much, all presenters, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and look forward to seeing everybody at 5:15 tomorrow. So thank you once again, and have a pleasant evening
and a morning.
Or a good afternoon. Okay, thank you.
Evening and a morning. Tomorrow, 5:15 p.m. Now in India, it is 10 o'clock in the night. So tomorrow, 5:15 p.m. we will meet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, Anand.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Please send that message to all. Lionel.
Yes, I will.